Hey guys, what's up? Assuming I'm live, which, as ever, I have to go check. One of these days, maybe, probably not. Actually, as I've said before, I've kind of given up ever having an actual partnership with Twitch. So, looks like we're live though. Yay! All right, let's do this. The power. My god, the power. Sorry. Alright, what do we got? So, before we talk about anything else, I just want to say how amusing it is to me. Hello, Junkies. Hello, Rory. Hello, Raven. Hello, Roaring. Roaring and Rory. War wager. So for those of you who haven't been following the comments section... Oh, hey, he leveled up. Sweet! You got this, buddy. We're leveling up our ally here by teaching him how to fight monsters and beasts, which is funny because I actually made it a point in one of my stories to mention how that won't actually train you in fighting a person. Hello, Horton. Anyways, so for those of you not aware, I have had a bit of a, I hesitate to call it a event, but I have had a person on my YouTube who, when I mentioned how I filter comments, immediately exploded on me and has been talking about how I am some kind of dictatorial, Stalinistic, horrible person of horrible who has been tainting everything and just yada 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 yada. And I don't know what to say about that. I tried to reach out to this person, tried to respond to them and try to make some kind of an in-between, but based on their comments, I'm pretty sure we're just going to be flat disagreeing on that one. But I was just curious if anybody else had seen that, because I was curious of other people's thoughts on it, like legitimate thoughts. One of the things I've discovered over the years is that, like, for example, I'm not going to name anything specific, but if person A looks at something and they'll say, well, obviously, blah, right? Like, to them, it's not even a question. It's not even something that occurs to them to be debated. It is so obviously blah that they're not sure how anyone could ever interpret it otherwise, right? But then you go to someone else and they're like, well, no, I don't see it like that way at all. It's obviously, you know, blah, or whatever. Complete different interpretation of the exact same thing. And I don't mean just like, oh, well, let's hash it out, like normal discussion happens. I mean, such an automatic, well, this looks blue to me, well, this looks yellow to me, kind of a situation, right? So, I feel like that's the situation me and this individual are in. They're seeing yellow and I'm seeing blue, and that's one of the reasons why I was curious of your guys' thoughts, because I wanted a third opinion. Well, I guess actually a fifth opinion, because Deutsch and Ezra have already commented on it. Hello, Commandos. One of the things that I almost put out as an argument, but I didn't want to. I don't want to provoke anyone. But, like, for example, I wanted to mention, so by this person's logic, every time someone pops into my Twitch chat and starts spamming massive ASCII pictures of Hitler and dicks and God knows what else, I should just let them happen. Because to do otherwise would be censorship by their own definitions, you know? I don't... I mean, I suppose that is a valid point. I just can't bring myself to agree with it, you know? In fact, the funny thing is, it's also a no-win scenario. I thought about this. There is no way whatsoever to placate this person now. You know why? because they have absolutely no way of knowing what I'm doing. They would have never known, nobody would have ever known, that the filtering comments thing was happening unless I said so flat out to everyone's face. Which I did, if you remember. I flat out said, yeah, there's filtering happening. So nobody knew about that because it happens in a way that nobody else can see. There's a total lack of transparency, right? So if I go to this person who now has flat out stated that they no longer trust me and say, okay, fine, I'll allow all the dick pictures through, just like, you know, in your stead, and their response will be, well, they can't. Yeah, you know, it doesn't matter at this point, is what I'm trying to say, because they've already lost trust in me, and they have no way of verifying if I'm actually letting these comments through or not. Because again, lack of information. So it's a no-win situation from my perspective at this point. There is absolutely no way to regain that person's viewership trust or anything. Shrug. I just... Yeah, that...
The Alliance shall prevail.
Your trainees returned recently. I can hardly believe my eyes. They didn't look like the same Ginny you left with. Excellent work, Death Knight. Couldn't have done better myself. Look, Taylor, I like you, but... Advanced scouts report the Hosen and Slingtail pits are amassing with reinforcements from their tribes to the north. Our forces are gathered for battle on the ridge to the northwest. They're just waiting for you. Now is the time to show them what they're made of. Now is the time to destroy them indefinitely.
We mustn't fail.
Despite the Hosen's apparent disarray, there is an order to their chaos. Their leader, Chief Guckgut, is a shrewd mastermind behind their attacks. He is organizing their movements at the great pit of the Hosen camp. Strike now and show him no mercy, for he will do the same.
The Alliance must prevail.
You heard it here, guys. The Hosen are definitely military masterminds who definitely have a plan in line for their evil ways of evilness. One thing I find extremely amusing, if you're paying attention, this is actually a different tribe of Hosen than the ones the Horde interact with. Which is funny, because if you pay attention, the Jinyu the Horde interact with is a different tribe than the one the Alliance interact with. So... Don't make me start singing, Roaring. I'll do it, I swear. I'll do it really, really terribly, just to destroy your ears. Get up here. Oh, he's immune to yank. That's funny. Stupid, stupid, stupid ooka-dookers! And then he casts an ability called Monkey Tantrum, which does damage to everyone around him. I like how they refer to them as slickies, which if you're paying attention to the nomenclature of the Hosen, means they literally think of the Jinyu as little better than basic food. It's kind of messed up when you think about it. At least these ones do. I probably just bit off more than I can chew. I haven't poked at it yet myself, Myron. Obviously, since you would know about that. But, that's weird. Because the skip cutscenes thing has been one of the more egregious errors of the various FF10 ports, in my opinion. Let this be a lesson, guys. Skipping cutscenes is always a good thing. Always. Seriously, though, skipping cutscenes should always be an option. It should never be forced. That you have to watch a cutscene every single time before you fight some big difficult boss. That's just ridiculous. There we go. There we go. The waters were right about you, Xylong. Because of your efforts, this village has a future. We will not forget the lessons you've taught us. You've taught us to kill, to hate, to... Thank you, Death Knight. Hang on, I have to delete this fish. I'm just gonna pretend I put it out in the ocean. Here you go, fish. Into the sea. There you go, be free. Get eaten by crocodiles. Without their leader, these hosen should once again settle into disarray. Today we rejoice in our victory, Xylon. You came to us as a stranger, but you depart as a friend. From henceforth, you are the highest of the high, a valued friend and defender of the Pearlfin tribe. Yay! So now we're going to see a little bit of repetition due to the nature of this. I also just hit Exalted with the Pearlfin. So, you saw what the Horde got to do with Lore Walker Cho. The Alliance get to do something a little bit different. You look around the empty house. It appears you're in the right place, but there's no sign of its inhabitant. A delicious smell wafts out from the bottle on the table. A little taste couldn't hurt, right? Ah, it smells good. Nom, nom, nom.
200 ships at my disposal, yet the one carrying my son goes missing.
I'm sorry, but I cannot go back just yet.
Obvious
I've
symbolism.
decided to search for the veil.
Anduin healing his father of his wolf ferocity, walking into the flames.
Storm the shore and paint this new continent red!
And, yeah, that.
My. Hello, stranger. Sampled my dream brew, I see. Its visions are hard to interpret. Half truth, half illusion. Who's to say which is which? Greetings.
I heard your people had washed up on our shores, but I did not expect one to wash up on my very doorstep. What brings you here, stranger? You explain about your search for the boy, Prince, and describe him to the Pandaren. Very interesting. So the Pearlfin sent you to me, did they? Stranger, I may be able to help you find your prince. But first I'd like to know a little more about you and your people. Come, help me with my chores, and we will chat. You will have the look of a grizzled war veteran, but certainly you have a few minutes to help a bookish Pandaren like me putter around the house, yes?
Walk with me, and let us learn from one another. Are your people fond of gardening?
I'm a Worgen. And I kind of agree with you, Murray.
That's it. Delicate cuts. Let the tree decide. Some take their knives and lop away anything that displeases them. But this would kill the entire tree, and that is not the Pandaren way. Well now, who knew such a beautiful thing was hiding here? I can see that this alliance of yours cuts with precision in order to change the world around you.
Ah!
Interesting.
Sorry.
I am a lore walker, a historian of sorts for my people. My instrument is the spoken word.
Well, hello. I am a
Sadly,
lore
my
runner.
artistic talents are somewhat lacking. What would you do to decorate my wall here?
Well, what do we got here? We could pour Anduin, Heroicism, or Abstractism. What do you think we should do, guys? Anduin, Abstract, Heroic. What do you think? What do you think? And now I gotta wait because of Twitch delay. Alright, Jengi says Heroic. I believe I've done Heroic the one time I've done this quest. Pretty sure. It's been a while. I've only gone through Pandaria once on the Alliance. I've only gone through, like, a lot of things once on the Alliance, actually, with my one Alliance character. We'll go with Heroic.
Don't say a word. Allow your image to speak. We Pandaren prize beauty, and we find it all around us. In the curves of a tree, the colors of a sunrise, even in the perfect physical form of a warrior's exquisite sword work. I see. One of your great Alliance warriors, is it? You have chosen a lion as your crest. Your people are both stout and ferocious. But always remember, the lion kills only when hungry.
We don't do that.
My errands are almost complete. Come, visit my collection of exotic birds. You may have the honor of feeding them.
Oh, gee, thanks. As an aside, I'm pretty sure this happens before the Horde version.
Here they come. Yes, yes. You see how easy it is to make friends here? Please remember that not all of your allies on Pandaria need be won over by sword point. Well, my birds have taken a liking to you. I will follow their lead. Welcome, my new Alliance friend. How can I be of service?
Well, first, I just want to point something out that some people don't notice. So he's got a few pets. This is Summer, who is this big old tiger, of course. Over here is Autumn, the crane. And... hang on. I actually forget if there's a third one. I thought those were the only two, but I'm looking. Looks like those are, in fact, the only two. Summer and Autumn. Which I find amusing that those are the only two ones he keeps around. But anyways.
Hello.
Despite your many years of combat, you've still an eye for beauty. I like that about you. Now let's find this missing prince of yours.
How does today find you?
The dream brew you sampled earlier can expand your consciousness and show you events transpiring around the land. I will teach you how to use it properly, and we will find your prince. But first, help me to create a fresh batch. To make the dream brew, we will need several ingredients. First, to improve its strength, I will need an ingredient from a fearsome creature, the legendary Mist Horror. It is said this creature only appears where the fog is deepest. North and east of here, you will find smaller mist creepers roaming the swamps. Kill these until the horror appears and bring me its heart.
Pandaria welcomes you.
A brew's body is an important and often overlooked factor. To create the perfect consistency, I will need pristine eyes from the bog crocolisks to the east. But take care, the creatures are quite vicious. The most distinguishing feature of the Dream Brew is its iridescent dreamlike color. To the east you will find glittering amber flies. I will need their wings to create the final luminescent color of the brew. Take this knife, use it to collect 8 wings. One thing I find interesting about Cho personally is that he is rather naive, as we've discussed before, and that will remain true into the future. And yet, at the same odd time, he has an interesting penchant for actually paying attention and noticing things that are going on around him. It's a weird contrast to his character. So as an aside, I was helping a friend do some stuff last night, and by total coincidence, got the final piece of the transmog suit that I've been trying to build for this character for a while. I imagine nobody even noticed we're using a different transmog suit yet. But we are. I'd ask what you think of it, but you probably can't tell. Here, I'll show it off real quick, just so you can see it. This is our new transmog set. I think it suits our peaceful, diplomatic Alliance character very well, personally. What do you guys think? Hey, random.
No, you cannot. Other random.
It doesn't look quite the same on a human, as you can see. Yes, random has multiplied, which makes a degree of sense when you think about it, doesn't it? Yes, that's one of the garrison sets. It's the plate garrison set. You would not believe how irritating it was getting that final piece. What do you mean, Ricky? Yeah, that is correct. I had to move. I can't stream when I don't have a studio to stream in. I know this is strange. I definitely would not hurt any flies. This small patch of leather is very high quality. While not large enough to use in clothing, it could be useful for decorative purposes. So that reminds me, I've been belaboring over something for most of the night, actually. I was debating whether or not I was going to just go ahead and transfer all of the stream stuff from the existing channel to the stream channel, even though that would be a colossal undertaking. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. But even more to the point, I'm not sure if I should discontinue the WoW Lorerun continuing to go live on the old channel. Because I'm really not sure about that, because that would mean basically all of a sudden nothing would be going live to the old channel. And I'm sure not everyone has the thing yet, blah, blah, blah. It might be a hassle, it might be an issue. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do that. I do need to decide relatively soon, though, because every day another video is going live. What do you guys think? We're already at the point where the existing explorations and whatnot are going live on the new channel. So those will not be seen on the old channel from this point on. New ones, at least. I feel like no one's on today. I mean, I know there's several of you and you're all there, but chat has been really slow this morning. My goodness. Sorry, I can't do anything that Shia LaBeouf does. It's against my religion. Oh god, we're in the mists! The mists are everywhere. The mists, oh god! Man, there's a lot of planes going by today, too. I apologize about that. Oops, I'm already done with those. Damn it, Lurker. What have you been teaching them? I still need to do the absolutely monumental task of downloading all the Babylon 5 stuff and all the Voyager stuff so I can back that up. Because right now the only copies of both of those are up on YouTube. There are no copies of that locally because that was all the data that was on the hard drive that was lost. Oh, I'm going to, random. I just haven't yet. I am at some point going to be like, hey, new channel. No more stream stuff. Or, hey, old channel. No more stream stuff on the old channel. Ever again. That's all going on the new channel. And then I plan to do a sort of a gradual shift of videos over. It's actually a bit of a shame, so I contacted YouTube. I was like, hey, YouTube. Is there any way I could just do this? I own both channels. And I understand networking well enough to know that on your end of things, literally shifting video from one channel to another would be incredibly easy. It'd be the same relative concept as shifting a file from one directory to another on your own computer. In other words, a non-issue, because all that actually is doing is rewriting the search path, basically, as opposed to actually moving anything. Because the file doesn't actually move when you do that. It just changes where it says it is, if that makes any sense. So it'd be super easy for YouTube to do that. YouTube said, nah, But if you want, you could download your file and then re-upload it on the other channel. And I'm like... Okay. I guess that's a thing I could do. So no matter what, that's going to be a colossal hassle that gets to wait because it's simply not that high a priority right now. Getting back to get going with all the show features is a little higher priority for me right now. Which means I have to finish the WoW over. We can do this, guys.
Hello.
The mists seem to have a mind of their own, do they not? This is an amazing specimen. I am quite shocked you succeeded, actually.
Tread lightly.
Watch your step in the swamp, my new friend. Do you have crocolisks where you are from?
Eyes open. Always be learning.
Have you collected all the ingredients? It is almost time to make the dream brew. Beautiful color, rare transparency, shimmer, but not sparkle. These will do quite well. I am beginning to see great potential in you, strange one.
Every good story needs a hero.
So, what is this land? Why has its presence been hidden for centuries? To ask a thing only begins to prepare the mind to receive the answer. Okay, so who are you? What are you? You must learn to ponder, stranger. Your impetuous questions betray a lazy mind. Okay, how can I help the Jinyu win against these savage Horde dogs? To merely Wow, okay.
Farewell.
The dream brew is complete. This time, when you drink it, you must embrace the visions you see from a state of inner focus. Follow me to my pagoda, and we will teach you how to achieve the inner calm that we Pandaren value so much. Your troubled mind will present you with many distractions, but just remember to stay centered.
Jade serpent guide you. Do you have everything? Very good. Come with me. In order for this dream brew to show you what you seek, you must reach a place of inner harmony. I can show you how. Drink up to begin, friend.
I'm probably not going to move everything over, Jalea, but I am going to move the WoW Lorerun over, just so it's not split across two channels.
Now, you must stay centered. You can focus or relax, but above all else, remain in the center. Oh, good. I see you are not easily distracted. We Pandaren are extremely focused on the moment, sometimes to our detriment.
This is a cool quest, by the way. Hey, Magister. If you can't tell, I'm trying to keep this thing centered by reducing or increasing, basically. And yes, he's hitting me with a frying pan while I try to remain focused. Yes, that's actually happening.
I'm so sorry. That did not alarm you, did it? We Pandaren value calm under any circumstance.
And he's just kind of punching me. And I don't know, Takoida, but you should totally look into it. Also, hi, Takoida.
How about this?
It's just kind of a trick.
Look at you, the picture of serenity. I knew I liked you. Negative emotions like anger or doubt, they take on a strange power here on Pandaria. But this you will discover in time.
Okay, we made it. Oh, God. Okay. We are...
Yeah. Do you feel it? A perfect stillness of the soul. Your consciousness is expanding. Concentrate on who you are looking for. The boy prince.
All right,
the
Anduin.
young lion.
Anduin.
Journey through time and space. Open the eye of your soul.
Holy crap!
Do you see?
He's under attack by hosen! Like I said, this happens before the Horde version, which, my bad on that one, guys. Sorry. Inner fire.
I am Anduin Rin, Prince of Stormwind. I won't die here. Not like this.
So yes, that was a discipline and a shadow, a spell that he just cast. I only point that out because he's one of the extremely rare examples of an actual in-lore multi-spec character. There are not many. Khadgar is another example.
Oh my. A new urgency has hardened your resolve. I suppose my work here is done.
By the way, you notice the nice touch of the shadows on the trees moving? I thought that was pretty cool.
Greetings. Farewell.
Quick! I must save him! Ba-ba-dum-ba, ba-ba-da. It's okay, I can fly. Wait. You know, it's actually funny you say that, Magister. I think you're right. At the same time, I also think a Death Knight would probably understand more about maintaining, you know, an internal vigil on their emotions better than most people would. Because of how much they've had to keep themselves self-restrained and controlled for, well, through everything. Anduin!
We're far from home, friend.
How did you find me? He listened to you describe the vision from the Dream Brew. Remarkable! That's exactly what happened several days ago. We've been laying low ever since.
Stay safe.
I appreciate you coming all this way to save me, but Ren is gravely injured. The old Pandaren had no reason to help me, yet he risked his life to save my own. And before the fever set in, he mentioned there are healing waters in the cave just down the hill. It's dangerous, but I'll do anything to help my friend. Will you help me retrieve these waters?
Keep your guard up.
Yeah, Varian is another one. You're right.
Greetings.
My father has dedicated his life to studying the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Well, you're a little far away from it right now. The Vale is a mythical place, sealed after the Pandaren Revolution 12,000 years ago. We know so little about it. My father followed a trail of clues to the cave down the hill, seeking a very old poem known as the Song of the Vale, but he is in no condition to retrieve it. It is guarded by some sort of ancestor spirit. If you are heading that way anyway, would you mind bringing it back to him?
Travel safe.
Greetings, wanderer.
The spirits, oh, the cave dwellers, they howl in agony, trapped in this world. Cannot move on to the next. I'll go mad, listening to their cries. Please, go and put them to rest.
There is no hurry.
There is no hurry, though. I always run into this problem. There it is. So I always have trouble finding the cave entrance, because I'm stupid. Be at peace, tortured spirit! I'm kidding. Anduin is redeeming them, as you can see. That was a Jinyu spirit, in particular. I would actually agree. I would imagine it is easier for a warrior to be multi-spec than, say, a mage or a priest or whatever else. The darkness came from deep within the earth. Still it hungers. Still I thirst. Oh, sorry. The waters of the Vale are now yours to protect. I should probably stop killing these out here. By the way, what we're seeing right here is part of why I think Illidan and Anduin would be a good pair. Anduin is not that great of a frontline combatant, but he is an excellent support, as you might imagine from someone who is a freaking priest. We're going around killing these things. He's going around redeeming them after we kill them. Good matchup. It's the same reason why I think Anduin would be a good half of the leadership of the Army of Light, because he's also good at the diplomatic and negotiative, cooperative side of things, whereas he's not good at other things. So Just thought I'd show like an in-game parallel to that thing I've talked about many times before. Even though many of my viewers absolutely hate Anduin, and that's fine. I understand. There we go. And yes, it was badass, Bitmonk. I was actually watching that just this morning because I was, as I was spending most of my morning rebuilding the files that I lost. You know what's going to really amuse me, by the way, guys? So, it is my rough estimate that the rest of this lore run is going to take roughly 3 weeks to finish. I'm not sure how true that is, but that's the rough estimate, right? So far, I keep getting distracted and delayed by issues along the way, so it's kind of been pushed back a few more days than it should be. But I'm going to be amused if the acclamation patch for Legion goes live sometime in that time. If you don't understand what that means, an acclamation patch is the patch they put forward where the game itself is updated to the state in which the expansion is going to be. In other words, basically the expansion is, in every way except for content, the expansion is released in the acclamation patch. So any changes to classes, any change to gameplay mechanics, any new mechanics, you know, all that stuff will go live when acclamation goes live. It's just you can't go to the Lost Isles, you can't do the new dungeons, you can't level past 100, right? So that's what an acclamation patch is. They always do an acclamation patch right before an expansion, as well they should. It would be incredibly stupid if they didn't. Now, the relevant point here is that there is one bit of new content they are actually adding to the acclamation patch of Legion, and that is the Demon Hunter starter zone and the ability to make a Demon Hunter, period. So, pretty much the moment the acclamation patch goes live, I'm going to make a frickin' Demon Hunter. Now, again, I sincerely doubt that they're going to do the acclamation patch sometime in the next 3 weeks. If for no other reason than the fact that the open beta, excuse me, the closed beta just started, what, like 4 days ago? Something like that? Yeah, 4 days ago. Yeah, that's the other thing. Most acclamation patches... Oh, hello. Finally, to be free of the grip of darkness. The light. Blessed, beautiful light. What happened to you, Master? 1,000 lifetimes ago, I brought the waters here, a gift to the Pearlfin for ancient deeds. We guarded the waters, too dangerous, too powerful to fall into the wrong hands. Then the darkness came. Seeped from the ground, slowly it infected us, suffocated us. Even after our mortal flesh rotted away, it leached hope from our souls. It was unending. What was the darkness that consumed you? I shudder at the thought. An ancient evil, an enemy of Pandaria. I will not speak their name. The song of the veil hangs on the wall. Take it. I hear the celestials calling. Thank you. This veil of the eternal blossom is getting more and more intriguing. I may just have to see it for myself. So this is where the thought is planted into Anduin's head to go see the veil, by the way. Which is basically his initial goal. He's going to spend much of his initial time reaching here, getting access to, and then reaching the veil of the eternal blossoms. Let me think about it. Hang on just a second. So, 2 weeks. So 4, 8, 12. So we are 3 months, 2 weeks away from the release of Legion, as of right now. So, at this point, all bets are off, because usually by now there's already some kind of PTR or open beta or something with regards to a new expansion. So who knows what's going to happen with that one. Anyways, so one other thing I wanted to talk about here. So for those of you not aware, the Veil of the Eternal Blossoms has a massive Titan facility. You can kind of see it over here. Or at least it used to be here. The Mogushan Palace and the waters of this lake, all of that, are the waters that were blessed by the Titans themselves. Though, or I shouldn't say that, that's actually totally inaccurate, I'm sorry, excuse me. It was Titan technology that was actually built by the Keepers. I need to keep reminding myself that the Titans actually didn't do anything on Azeroth, as the Chronicles book mentioned. Hey, Thane. Love the name. The reason these waters are so important and so powerful is they're not literally just water that's been blessed or whatever. This is basically engineered water. It's not actually water in the strictest sense of the word. It's a new form of water. It's like, I like to think of it as vitamin water, or like super vitamin water. We'll see some of the effects of this Titan water later. But suffice to say that this is not just plain old H2O. This is some kind of new, magically infused by the Keepers with Titan tech liquid. Hence why it would be so desirous to the Shah, and so protected and wanted by so many other groups, including the Mogu. I'm kind of assuming they're going to do something with regards to the movie. I don't know what. I mean, we already know that you're going to be able to get in-game transmog items from the movie. That's already something we know. So, yeah, they're going to do something to promote the movie. I just don't know what yet. As an aside, so for those of you not aware, every acclamation patch also has what's referred to as a pre-launch event. Okay, that's true, Schmeidolf. They did do one thing. They ripped a giant freaking gouge in the planet. I do remember that name, actually. So hi, hope you have a good day at work, Thane. Don't kill too many people today, okay? I mean, a few people is okay, but just tone it back a bit, you know? So, they have this thing called a pre-launch event. And every pre-launch event, with one exception, has been at the very least fun. Sometimes it's kind of short and brief and not that substantive. Sometimes it's much more awesome. I've talked about each pre-launch event as we've gone through. In fact, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, we talked about the Pandaria pre-launch event. The Warlords pre-launch event was... we'll talk about that when we get there. But on the whole, about half of the pre-launch events have been good, and a little less than half have been... not that great. In my opinion, the BC one was fun, the Wrath one was amazing, and the Cataclysm one was great. The Pandaria one was pathetic, and the Warlords one was short. So this is my perspective on it. From what I've seen so far, the Legion one is going to be pretty cool. We'll see. Depends on how it actually lines up in action, so we'll get there. Hello, Rift Mage. Welcome to my stream. Everyone say hi to Rift Mage. You don't have to. You should totally do it, though. I'm not sure yet, Thane. It is on the Ruminations list for this year, so I will be going through it this year for a Rumination. But I do not know when, to be completely honest with you. I only have the first few... Hang on, let me pull up my list. I only have the first few Ruminations lined up in the order that I'm going to doing them. I'm starting with Deus Ex, and then we're going to be doing Deus Ex Human Revolution, and then Blade Runner, and then Devil May Cry 3, and then Bayonetta 2, and after that I'm not sure yet. So, at some point I will definitely be doing it, though. Hey, Nathrazim.
Oh, hello.
The healing waters should abate Ren's fever for a short while. But alas, I fear it is no permanent cure. Thank you, Death Knight. We have granted him a little more time, at least.
I hope to see you again soon.
Hi, Saldir.
Hello.
Did you find the scroll? Oh yeah, let's read the scroll,
Next
shall we?
one is on me.
Let's see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. There's a valley where dreamers sleep, where flowers bloom and willows weep, where loamy earth springs life anew, and waters sprinkle clear and blue. Every hearth brings peaceful ease, and beauty sings on every breeze. Here the sacred pools spring pure. Here seek any who desire cure. Holy nature, powers divine, turn death to life, death to life.
Welcome.
Ham. Did you find the scroll? Yeah, I just read it to you. Oh, did you read it? What'd you learn about the Veil?
Jade serpent.
Well, it's this awesome place, or at least it used to be.
Thank you, friend. I am happy knowing the spirits are at peace.
May the mists protect you.
You've done all you can for the prince's friends. You completed your mission and found the White Pawn, Prince Anduin. Admiral Taylor and the other SI-7 agents will be eager to have the boy safe and home in their custody. Hey, Anduin, let's do it!
Have you ever seen such a place?
It's time to go home, Prince Anduin.
Be careful. I am sorry, but I cannot go back just yet. I've decided to search for the Veil. I must find the sacred pools and study their healing powers.
Uh-oh.
Prince Anduin, we've come to take you home. Come quietly now.
I'm sorry, but I won't. I'm sure you understand my reasons.
Eh? Oh, you're absolutely right, Prince Anduin. You're free to go as you please.
Come on.
I love
let's
the
go.
question marks. Just boom.
Sully, how could you just let him go?
Hey, what happened?
You silly dwarf, he mind-controlled you. Now he's gone.
What? Oh, I can't believe he did that to me.
I hope you're ready to explain this to Admiral Taylor.
Cheeky little bugger. I didn't think he had it in him.
Remember, we know Anduin is competent with mind control. Oh, that was great. Sorry. Oh, you're free to go. Huh? I have no idea, Cengiz.
Adversity, our constant companion.
He did what? Oh, he's lucky I haven't found him yet, because when I do, I just might kill him myself! Whatever he thinks he's doing, chasing after this veil. It's not behavior fit for a prince! If we didn't have more pressing matters at hand, I would send our entire fleet chasing after his heels! What fleet? Remind me what fleet you have again? Yeah.
Remember, the king is counting on us.
At least we know Anduin is alive. Well done! Go speak to the Elder. He's been asking about you. Yes? What can I do for you? Lord Walker Cho came by and asked for you while you were gone. He needs your assistance urgently in the town of Dawn's Blossom. Oh, okay. So we're going to do something kind of weird here. I need to check something. See, I was supposed to have set this up in advance with all that wonderful free time I had. But because of the many delays, I have not actually had a chance to set this up. So we're going to go check something. Don't worry, this should only take a minute. Hey, Darker. Hey, I know many people who have a crush on Claudia Black. There's no shame in it. I know, Leander. I'm just amused by the whole, this is not, whoops. No, I'm going the right way. I'm going the right way. Probably darker? Ah, excellent. As I thought. So we're actually done with the Jade Forest on the Alliance. There's a tiny bit of additional content that is unique to the Alliance in the Jade Forest, but it's really tiny.
Come
It
on,
is,
Uncle Chen. What are we waiting for?
like, super
Relax,
tiny.
Lily. We have all the time in the world to explore Pandaria. Take some time to enjoy the trip.
I would enjoy the trip more if we were actually going somewhere.
Hey, Samurai. I would if I had the money, random. But my expenses have gone up and my income has gone down, so... No, Darker, see, that's the point. We're actually now going to do the rest of the Jade Forest on the Horde. I really don't want to go through Life is Strange. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, but it's very much not my thing.
The tip of the Horde spear. No greater honor.
Okay, so, back to the Horde side of things. We're still working together with these filthy hosen to kill Alliance scum. Where are those Alliance dogs? Behold! Whoop, right, wrong character. I'm on a paladin now. I think I'll ask my sister that, too. I'm still debating what to do about the Lorerun going live on the old channel. In Legion, maybe Uldrith. In general, I think the odds of that are much higher. In my opinion, the lingering effects of an old god's corpse is something that absolutely should be relevant. Now, the catch is, we've already seen the lingering effects of Cthulhu's corpse. That was actually leading up to, and in Kata. There's a reason that Cho'Gall looks the way he looks with all the eyeballs and everything. That was literally because of him going forth and communing with the corpse of Cthulhu and pulling some of its power out to empower himself, and he did that at the behest of Unzoth. So, yeah, it's rather logical when you think about it for a moment. That Yogg-Saron's corpse should have some kind of impact on the future.
Yo!
One word. Methane! We're going green. Clean, burning, high availability, all natural, and it'll keep the druids off my back when we get back to our neck of the world. That, and I ran out of blasting powder, so I need your help, Valvoxus. No. I wouldn't ask you to do the dirty work, especially not in front of the general. I'll collect the deposits myself. You gather up some wood for an outhouse. I'm thinking long-term here.
Have a good one!
So in case you missed that, you remember how many quests we've had, since BC, by the way, about where we go around collecting various forms of stool? Well, this is probably this is one of the first corpses. This is one of the first quests involving that, where instead of actually going around and collecting the stool samples ourselves, he's like, no, I'm not going to make you do that. There's another quest later too. I think it's in Warlords, where he's like, no, I would never have someone as venerated as you collect the stool samples. We'll go ahead and do that for you. You know, it kind of becomes a recurring joke. Now, what Darker says is true. Yogg-Saron's corpse is extremely well secured. It's still in Ulduar. Those keepers are back and active and on our side. So they are still securing his corpse. Cthulhu, by contrast, was basically just rotting in Ahn'Qiraj, the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj, for anybody who knew how to get in there to walk in and do whatever they wanted with it. I know, right? Hey, Get Faster. What's up? Let's see. Well, it smells bad, Takoda. And it takes forever to get it out from under your fingernails. Not that I'd know.
Nothing shall stand in our way.
Yes, by Thrall's bloodied fist, I've missed hunting Alliance. Look, Valvoxus, these Alliance dogs built a camp up on the ridge. Here, take my grog. Let's make a fire they can see from Stormwind for the Horde!
Fear nothing. The Horde shall be.
This is weapons grade swill. What do I mean by that? Well, let me just demonstrate. BAM! Well done, Valvoxus. Meet me back at Gruken, and we'll discuss our next plan of action. Whoop. Didn't mean to dismount there. Sorry, guys. Sorry. No, I appreciate the thought, Thane, and I know that the majority of my YouTube people are totally awesome. The vast majority. It is extremely rare I'll get someone who has the aforementioned negative comments who pops up. It's very orcish if you think about it, Netherteam.
What's up?
Gotta watch out for the wet ones. Whoo-wee! Oh, the smell of progress and methane. It's an emergency. Looks like you stirred up a hornet's nest, killing all them fish folks. They're conducting a full-on counterattack on Gruken Hill. I was hoping to get some R&D time, but we're gonna have to put my methane grenade theory to work right away. All right, guys, this is it.
Keep it real.
Methane grenade time. Hurry, Valve. Come on, hurry, Valve Axis. We got it to start the smelling. I mean the shelling. So this is a fun quest. This is effectively a tower defense. So the way this works, so there's the outhouse, and there's the grenades.
Hey, how you doing? Be good.
Okay, Valve Axis. I can only make these so fast, so you gotta make every shot count. So, if we make it out of here, let's keep this part out of the story. I hope you appreciate what we're doing right now. These are methane grenades being produced live, as you can see on the left here, by the outhouse. Lol, darker.
Time is money, friend.
I'd say we repelled the attack.
Keep it real.
I'm sorry. Goblin engineering at its finest. Also, I do plan to do a blind analysis exploration on Andromeda, in case I haven't made that clear.
Blood and thunder.
The Alliance must be purged from this land, Valve Axis. No half measures will do. Kill everything! Kill everyone! Oh, sorry. Blood and thunder, my axe hungers. We won't return to Orgrimmar until every last Alliance is purged from this land. I will train these natives myself, if I have to. One way or another, this land will be made ready for a Horde settlement. In the meantime, their chief gave me to pass this on to you. A map and a message in some fancy script. Do what you must, but be quick about it. War is brewing.
May our foes.
Sorry. He's very maniacal. What's we got here? Well done, stranger. By befriending the hosen, it is clear you have followed the path I set you upon when we last spoke. Be diligent in your meditations, and perhaps our land will reveal other secrets to you as well. I invite you to join me in our village of Dawn's Blossom. Many of my people will be thrilled to meet one from outside the mists. Dude, if you can play a Volus in Andromeda, I'm playing a Volus in Andromeda. This isn't even a question. That's just happening. Hey, Zeiss. I'm not sure, honestly, Uldrith. I mean, it would be very... in my personal opinion, the two directions they could go with regards to the continuation of the Void/Old God story is either more bullets show up, aka more Old Gods show up on Azeroth, or we start going after... in a similar vein, we start going after other Old Gods and other planets, or we find some way to actually interact with the Void Lords themselves, entering the Void to fight them directly. I agree, Netherzim. As I've mentioned before, every single expansion, you become more the main character of the story. And Pandaria is where that really came into focus. In Pandaria, we were officially, formally the main characters of the Pandaria storyline. And a lot of the story was focused around the actions of the player character. And I like that. Hi. And now the kids are running around with us. Hey, kids! Hey, what's up? Yeah, woo, woo! By the light! Oh, sorry. Your timing is flawless. I was just about to leave, but please, stay and enjoy the town while Toya gathers the jade we need. Greetings. Welcome to Dawn's Blossom, a home of my people. Sadly, I must depart. Alas, a lore walker's work is never done. So true. Make yourselves at home. Our people could surely make use of one with your talents.
Jade serpent guide you. Ah, friend, this is Dawn's Blossom, the heart of Pandaren life here in the Jade Forest. If you wish to make an impression, I am certain many of these citizens could use your help.
Bye, Cho. You're awesome. Don't listen to the haters. You're awesome. Yeah, I agree, Aldrith. I'm not sure how they're going to make that work. Unless they get less metaphysical with it, which they could.
Tell me of your travels.
Cho's off on another one of his adventures, and this one requires a big order of jade. I'm going to have to call in some favors. How about in the meantime, you introduce yourself to some of the locals? Kai Wanderbrew is a good guy to know, as is Master Windfur. Oh, and say hi to Peji Goldendraft up at the inn. Between the three of them, you should get a feel for the life in Dawn's Blossom.
Next one is on
I'd just
me.
like to reiterate my point that I would absolutely love to live in Pandaria. Like, in a real-life sense. Go ahead, make fun. I don't mind. Brewmaster Wonderbrew at your service. I travel the Jade Forest in search of the finest ingredients for my brews. Unlike the high and mighty golden drafts of Dawn's Blossom. They have their big brew house for mass producing, which is fine, you know, if you enjoy drinking swill.
Enough of that.
What armor? How do you keep it on fire? Well, you see, this is actually made from the firelands. Ooh, tell me what the firelands are. Well, you see... Explain.
Browse. Take your time. Enjoy.
There we go.
Hello.
So, you're the stranger Cho was talking about. Welcome to Dawn's Blossom. I am Peji Goldendraft, and my family makes only the finest brews in Pandaria. Unlike those wander brews who keep stinking around and ruining the good name of brewmasters everywhere, I think I even spied the young one eyeing my daughter. Can't have that. Golden drafts and wander brews do not mix. Have you heard the news? Oh,
May the
we'll do
mists
that quest
protect
later.
you.
We'll do that
You
quest
smell her.
later.
Good fortune.
Tell me of
There's a
your
lot of
travels.
go-tos for later zones in this town. Yeah, so we'll
Jade
do that
serpent
quest later.
guide.
I'm a little surprised I can't...
Can I help you?
Oh, right, because it doesn't... Yeah, right. What a strange and curious creature. Do you come to my town with peaceful intentions?
You have the eyes of one who has traveled much.
I am told you were a guest of the forest hosen and survived.
I suspect we will see interesting things from you in the coming days. I welcome you, traveler, to our humble home.
Family, friends, food. These are what matter most.
There would only be one thing worse than playing Shepard's clone. Playing Shepard. Seriously. Can you imagine? How disappointed would you guys be if we actually play Shepard in
It is
Andromeda?
very wise to shop here.
Legitimate question here. Because I don't know about you guys, but that would just be like, ugh, what? For me. Right, right, right. What do you mean, Magister? I'm assuming you mean world PvP.
May the red crane live forever in your heart.
And I'm really curious how they could make playing Shepherd work. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I have no idea how they could pull that out.
Hello.
Good, good, good. You're going to fit
There
right
is
in.
no hurry.
I'm going to go looking for Jade. May want to ask around, see if anyone could use a hand. Well, okay. Hey, Mr. Ironbelly! The witch in the woods turned my friends to Jade. Can you help? The Widow Greenpaw is not a witch. She just makes very lifelike Jade statues. Remember her?
Hi there.
There's a witch in the woods, but no one believes me. She turned my friend Shin into Jade. We were all so scared we tried to run back, but she sicked her big Jade monsters on us. Bet you my friend tried to get away by climbing trees. Can you help save my friends?
Have fun.
Slow down.
West of here is the Silkwood Road. It has fallen into shadow as the spiders there have turned into a more evil and gluttonous path. I would face these villains myself, but someone has to defend the noodle shop from, dangers and such. Go, hero! Conquer these beasts! Should you succeed, perhaps I shall regale you with some epic tales of heroism. I'll also pay you.
Goodbye. Welcome.
Ah, welcome, traveler. I have need of your services. Syra Goldendraft was looking for some silk. Personally, I hate silk. It always gets stuck in my fur. I really want to impress her, though. If you bring me some silk from the Silkwood to the west, I will gladly pay you for your help.
Next one is on me.
The mogu we'll be talking about a little bit more later. They're an interesting blend of completely evil and pathetic. It's weird, but I'll talk about them more later. My sight has long since faded, but when the wind is right, I can still smell the blossoms of Nectarbree's orchard as if it were in my own palm. Today, though, their fragrance is muddled with smoke. Please, if you are able, check in on the orchard and see that things are okay. Perhaps my old nose is playing tricks on me. You'll find the orchard to the southwest, beyond the statue of the Jade Serpent. Also, this is a turtle wider. Hello, Taliana.
Tell me of your travels.
People come from all over Pandaria to train at the Tian Monastery, just to the north of here. Probably because they never turned anyone down. They'll accept Jinyu, hosen, even a foreign like you. My childhood friend Lin just joined the monastery's order a few weeks ago. If you're interested in learning how our monks train, maybe you should go talk with her.
Farewell.
This is part of why I'm only doing the rest of the zone on one character, by the way. There's a lot of neutral quests which are exactly the same for Horde and Alliance, and there's no need for that repetition. That's odd. So, by the way, you remember how just yesterday we were talking about Nostalrius? And the whole, you know, the whole vanilla love thing. I just pointed out because apparently someone else had the same idea, and I wanted to share this with you guys. There are some minor differences, Darker. I can actually enumerate the exact differences in between the two sides. In the Krasserang Wilds, the Horde and the Alliance have a few different quests in this area. The Horde have the entire thing dealing with the Tauren. The Alliance have the things dealing with the Night Elves. Valley of the Four Winds is completely neutral. Vale of the Eternal Blossoms, such as it is, completely neutral. Kunlai is effectively the same. The Horde have their thing, Eastwind, and the Alliance have Westwind, but the actual quests both sides gives are identical, so there's no difference other than the fact that you're in a different thing. Townlong is completely the same, Dread Waste is completely the same. So very, 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 very few differences between the two sides in Pandaria, which is both a good and a bad thing for reasons I've already discussed. It would be my preference that there be more variance between the two sides, as I've discussed before. I like the fact that I could see, you know, the two halves of the spiders. Ah, get off, get off! The two halves of the story by playing both sides. I enjoy that. It's a good form of storytelling, in my opinion. It also encourages me to play both sides rather than just play Horde, for example. There is some stuff in Pandaria not related to questing, or normal questing, that is very distinct between the two sides. Namely, all of the Thunder Isle stuff, and all of the 5.1 Domination Point / Shield Operation Shield Wall stuff. So both of those are completely distinct from the two sides. So we'll be doing all that stuff on both sides. Yeah, basically darker. So for those of you not aware, in Warlords, spiders! Spiders! Get them off, get them off. The differences between the two sides are practically non-existent, with the crucial difference of Shadowmoon Valley and Frostfire. There is 0 Alliance quests in Frostfire, not counting the bonus objective stuff, and there are 0 quests for the Horde in Shadowmoon Valley, you know, again, giving that exception. However, everything else is basically completely neutral. Gorgrund, Talador, Iraq, and Nagrand. Pretty much the exact same quests on both sides. So what we're going to be doing as we go through those is we're going to be doing... Spiders! Spiders! We're basically going to be doing, you know, each zone that is specific to the side, obviously. Then we're going to kind of divvy up the rest of the zones between the two characters. Same thing with Pandaria. I already have a path lined out that we're going to be going through. So with regards to what Nethrezim said earlier, not the comic thing, but the other thing. How do I put this? I've often found, I mentioned this yesterday, I found that Pandaria itself feels a little bit like Pokemon. And I know everyone disagrees with me about Pokemon, but my interpretation of Pokemon has always been that it is a very innocent, very small scale in terms of threat place. That the worst thing you have to worry about in Pokemon is something that even in real life is just kind of pathetic by comparison, right? So, ooh, lots of webbing. So I like that. I like the fact that it's basically an innocent land. It makes this whole place feel a little bit more like an adventure than an actual, you know, deadly, terrible, horrible thing. I have been asked that before, honestly, and I have basically declined. The main reason why is because I don't know the new lore well enough to actually lore run on it. So I'd be working from scratch, basically, to figure it out. I'd prefer to only do lore runs on things I actually have some knowledge about. So with regards to the neutral thing, I guess this is a good thing to go ahead and discuss the pluses and the downs of. As soon as I pick up this quest.
Someday I'm going to be a hero like you.
I tried to fight one of those Jade tigers in the woods, but they were too scary. They stare at you and turn you into a statue. Honest truth, Chen's sister's friend's knee heard it from Kai's mom. I want to be brave like you, though. Can you show me how to beat up those Jade tigers? See you around, Tiliana.
See you later.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much the problem, honestly, Dad. Like, I started following their lore initially when League of Legends first came out, and then I tried to follow it after that, and then it got changed that first time, and then there's that other thing, and... Anyways, moving on. So so let's talk about this neutrality concept from a game design perspective. Not from a lore design perspective. As I said, I feel like it is good storytelling to have the story told in multiple pieces like that. But from a game design perspective, let's look at the pros and the cons. So if most of the zones are neutral, on the pro side of things, as Netherzine points out, it makes sense because we're, you know, as Netherzine points out, we are basically interacting with the neutral powers of the world. We are not, you know, the Horde. We are not the Alliance. We are the adventurers, regardless of side. And I do actually like that, as I've said many times. If they ever made a third neutral faction, or the ability to simply, not care about the factionalization, I would take that in a heartbeat. So in that case, every zone would be a neutral zone.
Where are you from?
So obviously I like that idea. The other obvious benefit for it from a gameplay design perspective is that it means you don't have to re-roll. You don't have to see the other side to get the whole story. How many people, this is especially true in Pandaria and Cataclysm, how many people went way off in the whole Southern Baron situation for Horde and Alliance? How many people really thought that the Horde or Alliance were completely out of line when it came to West Plaguelands? How many people thought that Jaina was just completely off her rocker and was completely unjustified in what she did?
Tell me a story.
In Pandaria, and so forth and so on. There's, and a lot of that happened because most of those people didn't actually see both sides of the story.
I'm going to be a hero like
because the only way to see the whole story would be to do it, the entire thing, on both sides, which is a little bit of extra content, especially since that particular chunk of content I was just referencing, the 5.1 stuff, requires reputation. You have to go rep grind in order to be able to see that story. Now, it's great story. In my opinion, it's excellent story, and I actually bothered to grind that rep on both sides prior to even starting the Lorerun. So I have two characters who are just sitting there ready to go to do the actual story quest. So I already did all that padding. See you around, Thane. Have a good day at work. But for someone who hasn't done that in prep, you have to go through all this rep grind over here on the Horde and then on the Alliance every day, both sides, just to see that story. And that is a little bit of excessive, right? So I feel like there has to be a better way to present this, because again, I do feel like telling this different story on both sides is beneficial. It does have one very, very beneficial aspect to it. It helps the two sides feel distinct from each other. Remember, we've talked about the difference between hyper-specialization and homogenization? Now, that was from respect to classes and specs and whatnot, but that applies to the Horde and the Alliance both. If they're going to keep the Horde and the Alliance, if they're going to keep this stupid, ridiculous, dumb system, sorry, my opinion, then they need to differentiate them more. We need to have more of this, Shadow Moon Valley, and this, Frostfire Witch. We need to have more distinction between the two sides. I'm sorry, but that's it. Otherwise, you're just having... It's basically just a purely cosmetic change at that point, otherwise. That's all it means. If you're going to keep the system, you have to actually put effort into maintaining the system. Now, as I've said before, it would be my opinion that we should abandon that system. But the simple reality is if you do this homogenization thing, it makes the Alliance of Horde irrelevant. It makes the two different sides completely inconsequential. I have been asked before why it is that I am primarily Horde, and it's because there's not a lot of reason to switch over to my Alliance character except to see the occasional things that are unique to the Alliance. There's a reason I've only done all of these quests on the Alliance once. Because I went through the story to see it once on the Alliance, and then I discovered how little of it was unique to the Alliance. Again, using Pandaria as the example, it's only basically the southern Jade Forest, the tiny bit in the Krasarang Wilds, the tiny bit in Kunlai, and that's it. That's the only Alliance exclusive stuff. And again, the same could be said for the other side. North of the Jade Forest, tiny bit of Krasarang Wilds, tiny bit of Kunlai, Horde exclusive. The whole of Pandaria, the vast, vast majority of Pandaria, was neutral. Neutral quests, regardless of sides. It made the two sides irrelevant. I mean, for a long time, I didn't even level my Alliance to 90, because I had no reason to. The only reason I eventually did was because Warlords came out, and I wanted to experience that content. And even then, I get to Warlords, and it's like, well, there's Shadow Moon Valley, and that's it. You know? So that's my thoughts on that. Right now, they're trying to do both, and instead of trying to find a compromise between the two, they're doing half of each, and they're kind of failing at both, in my opinion. I feel like they need to go. They either need to find a proper compromise, and we've already talked about some options there. Go full tilt into separating the Horde and the Alliance, or go full tilt into joining them together. You know. What am I doing? I'm talking to this girl. Hey, what's up?
Hi there.
Well, thank you so much for helping me and my friends. I don't see Shin though. The Jade Witch must have Shin. I can't do it. I don't want to see the witch. Can you please go talk to her? You're an adult. I don't think she'd try to turn you into Jade.
Go smash some bad guys.
You were awesome. You were like, BAM! And they were like, ah! And then they were smashed.
Bye-bye.
So, first of all, if you'll remember, this is the Jade Witch area we've been to on both sides. The Horde lost an orc here, and the Alliance lost a raccoon here. Notice how she mostly has children here. There's a few hosen, a couple of other things, and that guy, the Jade Fist Monk. Behold Master Greenpaw, known throughout the lands as the Jade Fist Monk. Through skill, determination, and chi, he mastered the form now known as the dreaded Jade Strike, a blow that would transmute foes into statues of jade. It was his heroism and sacrifice that saved the Jade Forest in a time of great need, and his like is not to be seen in this world again. May this statue forever stand as a reminder of the price of peace, and may his sacrifice never be forgotten. We'll see, Uldrith. My schedule is already incredibly busy, so I'm really hesitant to add new stuff to it right now.
Oh, hello, dear.
Well, hello, a young visitor. Have you come to pay your respects at the shrine of my husband? He was a hero, you know, a master of jade crafting and fighting. He was to be remembered forever, they said. Do you like my statues? I craft them with special care, saving only the best to provide my husband company and protection. Where is Shin?
Please, come on, little. I believe I heard some young whippersnapper in my garden out back. Let us go look for him. Ah, here is the boy. Does he not look special? My late husband and I always wanted children. You should join our family, preserved forever in jade.
Well, if you insist. Down you go. Yay, Shin, you're alive. Thank you so much, Valvaxis. If you find me in Dawn's Blossom later, I'll give you one of the things we stashed from our adventures. Shin's legs feel stiff. It's okay, the curse went away when she went away. So you can see which things were actually jade statues and which things were just people. Hey, who's this?
I'm free!
And where's Socks? I know I've seen him here before. Maybe I only see him if I'm an Alliance character. Well, whatever. Socks is freed too. So, I wonder if Sully ever found out that Socks was actually freed from Jade.
Speak up.
Such a noble hero. You remind me of a younger, less good-looking version of myself.
White Tiger watch over you. Hello.
Did you find the Silkwood? Oh, thank you so much. This is perfect. I hope it didn't stick to you like it stuck to me. I'm going to find Syra and give this to her right away.
There is no hurry.
I need to find Syra. Well, there's an undercurrent thread throughout Pandaria, and it's very quiet, actually. It's so quiet that most people I know haven't even noticed it. The Pandarians overall do have a bit of an issue with pride. It's probably their one foible with regards to emotional instability. And for good reason, but we'll talk about that much later. Come back here. Come back here.
Where are you from?
Oh, hooray! Thank you so much. Shin is saved and you beat up the old witch. And the best part is our parents were never told what we were up to. Hooray! It looks like everybody who came back are trying to get rid of whatever jade they had. Toya's been collecting it for some reason. Said you should go chat with them.
Where are you going?
Okay.
What do you need?
Have you seen my son, Lo? He was here a moment ago. I told him we were leaving today. I am sure he's off trying to woo that young Syra Goldendraft. This is the very reason we need to leave. No son of mine is going to run off with a Goldendraft. I'm going to search around here for them. I do keep catching those two sneaking off to the Arboretum. Any chance you could head out there and look for them?
Until next time.
Oh no, I would have the same problem, Leander, /K. But, there is another reason for the pride issue. Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times. Darker. Only a couple of times, but, yeah.
Greetings, Wanderer.
All right, I called in every favor I could. Here's what we got. Cho must be onto something big. Let me know when you're prepared to go see him. I've got a ride all prepared for you.
May the mists protect.
Let's not do that just yet, though. We got other things to do. So, let's talk to him.
Hello. Jade serpent.
The other thing I want to mention is the Pandarians are not the only one who have a little bit of a pride problem. The player character does too. And the funny thing is, Pax pointed this out rather brilliantly. He basically said, how the hell could the player characters not have a pride problem at this point in history? Seriously, how is it even possible for us not to be prideful? As I was pointing out when we were discussing Legion, how often have we lost as the player characters? How much have we accomplished as the player characters? And again, remember, Pandaria is when we officially became the main characters of the story. You know, we'd been building up to that ever since, but as of Pandaria, we are now the protagonists. How do you not have any kind of pride for having accomplished all of the things that we have accomplished? I mean, really.
Tell me of your travels.
You seek the two lovers, blind to the ambitions of their family names. They were here, seeking a way to hold to their path. Sadly, they did not find their answers amongst trees or art. The children you seek are not actually children, but grown Pandaren, despite what their elders might claim. Their love will not be held in check by the feuds of their families. You'll find them at the Shrine of the Dawn, ever seeking an answer to the dilemma amongst the Pandriarchs of old.
Slow down.
By the way.
Life is to be savored.
Tell me of your travels.
As you have seen, this grove is abundant with beautiful pink petals. As each petal ages, the tone deepens and fades. If you would be so kind, I am in need of a few petals that have freshly fallen. Only the ones that have just fallen will have precisely the right color I am after. From it, I can forge an ink that will be breathtaking. Can you help me?
Next one is on me.
Yeah, no kidding, Mathrazine.
To achieve perfect paint strokes, one must have the right tools. My own have fallen into disrepair, their bristles becoming as unmanageable as hosen hair. Have you seen the wasps throughout the Arboretum? Their stingers can be fashioned into quills that provide just the right level of sharpness in each line. Could you gather some for me, please?
Goodbye.
There's an ideal here that has many names, but it basically boils down to artisanship. In other words, how many of you like the idea of taking a craft and really pouring your whole into it. Like, I don't mean like something you like doing. I mean really, really going full tilt and putting your effort and energy and love and heart and care and time and attention and research and everything into really becoming an artisan at an art. These people here, this is very indicative of Pandaren society, which is part of why I bring it up. These people here spend almost all of their daily lives focusing on painting and writing. That's it. Picture that for a moment. Picture trying to put everything into this one... It's such a small craft, relatively speaking. It's such a minor thing. It's painting and writing. And yet it's something that they pour their whole lives into. I know many people who would absolutely love to be able to do that kind of a thing. Sometimes this ideal is taken a little bit too far in the wrong direction. Cough, cough, Star Trek Insurrection, cough, cough. But it's understandable why the ideal is appealing. Yeah, go ahead, Saldir. We'll see this throughout Pandaria, too. There are people who do this for... There are people who do this for cooking. There are multiple schools of cooking in Pandaren society because of how important food is to them. We've already seen 2 separate entire family lines of brewmasters who do the same artisan crafting thing for brewing. And it's worth noting that when I say brewing, by the way, I do not necessarily mean alcohol. Most people assume that, and for good reason. But the other things that the Pandarans are brewing is tea. You know, that there's actually a fairly large amount of tea brewing amongst their people too, culturally speaking. And then, of course, there's later on we'll see Pandarans who work with tailoring, with fine cloths, with silk work, that kind of a thing, and so forth and so on. There are other examples. I don't want to go into all of them. But there are quite a few examples of this artisan focus onto the craft, teachings thing. Just the nature of the Pandaren and the way they... And as Nethrezim points out, and the way they interact with their continent. It is a rather zen kind of a thing. Well, see, that's the distinction in my mind, Takoida. There's a difference between... only a few pieces darker, not really anything significant. There's a distinction in my mind between something that you make with your hand and something you make with your hand that you love. If you understand the way I'm phrasing it. I'm probably explaining this wrong. You know, there's a difference between this is my daily job and this is my craft. You know what I mean? This is something I want to refine and hone and perfect over the years. This is something I want to keep doing 20 years from now, you know? It's actually, in real life terms, it's how I usually make the distinction between a job, work, and a career. A job is something you do for money. I'm talking about the balance thing, Takoida. Maybe I'm using the wrong term. I don't know. So, a job is something you do for money. I'm sure most of you understand that. Lord knows I've had plenty of jobs myself. And a job is generally something you don't want to do, because, you know, it's just your job. You accept doing it because you need money, because that's the nature of reality. Work is something you do for money, but also something that you enjoy doing. You know, a job that you like, in other words, a job that you care about. And a career is the furthest step. In other words, a career is work you want to do for the next 20 years, for the next 40 years. This is something you want to do for the rest of your life. This is something you have committed to and you've put in roots on. To give you guys a direct example, I actually knew many years ago what I wanted to do for my career. And you're looking at it right now. This has been my intended career path for many years. It was actually inspired by Top Gear, believe it or not. Seriously, I don't know if I've told you this story. Oh, by the way, the Blood God, I forget what his name is, but that's who I'd pick, Uldrith. Sorry. I wasn't ignoring your question, I just was thinking about it. So, yeah, for years and years I've known that this is the thing I want to do for the next many, many years of my life. This kind of presentation, show about things that I am passionate about and things that I can share positivity and enthusiasm about and add some measure of joy and information and understanding to the world. So this is my intended career path. Now, I can't do a British accent at all. My sister makes fun of me because every time I try to do a British accent, it comes out Russian. I agree, by the way, Dakota. It is literally a necessary aspect of their society, whether they know that or not. Damn it. I mean, if you think about it, Pandaria is one of the deadliest, potentially deadliest locations on Azeroth, and I mean that sincerely. The influence of Yasharaj on this continent is monumental. So I'm going to tell you this story real quick, if you don't mind, because I just want to share this story. So I like Top Gear. Right about the time I discovered Top Gear, the first episode I ever watched of Top Gear was the episode where they crossed the English Channel in a truck. If you've watched Top Gear, you're probably familiar with the episode. It was actually their second aquatic automobile episode, I learned later. So I thought that was awesome. I got into the show immediately. But the show, as much as things could be said about the show, it's very over the top. They have a huge budget to do ridiculous things. But really, Top Gear can be best described, in my opinion, as three guys presenting something they really love. Right? And that's what the show was for me. And that something about that just resonated with me. It Tetris blocked into my mind perfectly. And I also saw a couple other shows that I discovered at about the time. Man vs. Food. And there was another one that was about woodworking. And there's actually a couple other shows at the time also about food. And all of them had the same feeling. It was someone who was presenting about something they were passionate about. And I looked at that and I was like, God, that would be amazing. And me and Gary started talking about, all the way back then, how amazing it would be to do Top Gear except for something we cared about other than cars, like video games. And we actually talked about how we would present it and how we'd do it and blah, 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 once upon a time. This was actually several years prior to me ever doing the show, me doing that very first video about teams and companies, which is the first video I ever pushed up, long before the Mass Effect 3 thing ever happened. So, I'm sorry, I just wanted to share that story. The point being, though, that I really have a degree of respect and almost envy for a lot of the Pandaren people because of that career mentality, because of that artisan nature. These people who dedicate their lives to inscription, you know? Anyways, I have considered that, Saldir, and I have pretty much universally denied the idea because of two major things. One, security risks are huge with doing that. And number two, the logistics of actually getting multiple people tied in at the same time, on the same program, audibly, to speak at the same time is almost impossible. And simply outside of my means to accomplish. So, moving on.
Speak up.
Have you been able to acquire some stingers? I normally would ask a monk for help, but they all seem to be elsewhere at the moment. Ah, my thanks, traveler. These will make a fine set of quills. Here is something for your trouble.
Enough of that.
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second, Kay, because I wanted to bring that up, too.
Greetings, wanderer.
There is only a small window of time after each petal falls, that it may be used to achieve the perfect hue. Ah, you have a wonderful eye for color, my friend. These will make a superb pigment.
There is no hurry.
So, what Kay just mentioned is something I've been meaning to talk about. Thank you for reminding me. You remember how I've talked in defense of the Twilight's Hammer and in defense of the Cult of the Damned? Because I kept bringing up how incredibly easy it was, even for my own viewers, to understand why people would want to join those cults, those organizations, because they were so disillusioned and so negatively impacted by their everyday lives that they just wanted something else. And it seemed, from their perspective, that was the better option. Imagine if all those people who wanted to join the Cult of the Damned and all those people who wanted to join the Twilight's Hammer came to... Of course, they weren't capable of, but imagine if they had the option to come to Pandaria instead. Of course, that also has its own flaws, but, I mean, God's sakes, that would have been a better option, don't you think? Oh, that's easy, Sylder, because that's only 4 people connected together. Well, I shouldn't say easy, because it's still actually a bit of a hassle to get it set up, but, you know.
Welcome.
Oh, stranger, please tell me you can help us. They really hurt my Lo. My love Lo tried to get permission to marry me from the Pandriarchs. Though they have passed beyond, their favor would carry a lot of weight. Thing is, they are spirits, and none of the gifts or tributes we brought them impressed them. To win their favor, they claimed that either Lo or a champion must defeat them in single combat. Lo is a good man, but he is not a fighter. Will you be our champion?
May your days bring you joy.
Also, I'd really like to avoid the refugee real-life politics discussion, if we could, please. I'm not saying anyone's going to jump into it, I'm just cutting it off before anyone even thinks about it. The refugee problem in real life is a real problem, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
Welcome.
Strength! That is the lifeblood of the Bramblestaff family. My lineage lives today as a testament of physical greatness, willing to take on any challenger.
Jade serpent guide you.
So that's a Bramblestaff.
Slow down.
This is a golden draft.
I watch as my lineage is reduced to a faded memory around me. Once the greatest of all brewmasters, we now stand backstage to the Storm Stouts.
White Tiger watch over you.
I suppose I should be fighting these. Hang on.
Hello. May the mists
At last, a champion. Let us test your mettle. Ugh. That was a fine battle, the likes of which I have not enjoyed in many decades. Go give the boy my blessing.
What do you need?
A Wander Brew wants to marry a golden draft? Preposterous. I yield. The boy chooses his champion well. Give him my blessing, and make sure he does not squander it.
Don't worry, we'll actually be meeting the White Tiger later, Kay. Hello, Jujus.
Tell me of your travels.
I hear you are responsible for saving one of my youngest descendants from the clutches of the Jade Witch. I thank you for your heroism.
Next one is on me.
You would champion the cause of such a lowly street rat. Very well. Best me in combat, and I shall consider giving you my blessing.
Because they're all terrible, Uldrith, and I would rather be none of them, so I picked the first one that came to mind. And that's my real answer. So in response to Syldir, limiting the overall number of viewers certainly would solve some of the logistics issues. It would just make other issues crop up instead. For example, how do I pick who gets to join, and possibility of elitism, and blah blah blah, and basically the answer is no. Let me just summarize this one.
Hello.
They agreed. Fantastic. Thank you so much. With their blessing, we can be the happiest Pandaran in all the land. Please, take this. We meant it to be a tribute for the Pandriarchs, but they didn't seem interested.
There is no hurry.
Here they are. See, I told you I could find anyone or anything. Mr. Goldendraft, I humbly ask permission to marry your daughter, Syra.
What? This is preposterous. Son, what are you doing? She's a Goldendraft.
It is not her name I am interested in, it is her. She is the kindest, nicest, prettiest person I have ever met.
My Syra will not be the...
No, father. I will. Lo was willing to fight the Pandriarchs for me. It took Valvaxis to champion us, but they consented.
They agreed?
Yes, and with your permission, I would like to ask you for your daughter's hand.
Well, oh, come on, Pagey. I don't like it any better than you do, but let's honor the Pandriarch's blessings.
Fine. What's done is done. But don't assume I'll ever like this. Or you. Same. Now let's get these kids back to Dawn's Blossom. Wow, that was amazing. What next, Valvoxus? Think you can get the Hosen and the Jinyu to get along? That's what we call foreshadowing, by the way. Anyways, yes, these are long-dead Pandaren. Pandaren do tend to appreciate a good fight, just kind of in a weird way. They enjoy the challenge of it. They don't actually enjoy hurting each other. And the whole monk fighting prowess thing is a very important part of their culture, since it's the only reason they have a culture. The Horde and the Alliance getting along. So I told you I'd show you this statue closer up later, and I am a man of my word. This entire statue is crafted of jade. They've been making it for years. Literally years. Crafting this thing. By hand. Look at this thing. Yeah, there we go. And I'm not sure if I'm getting across the scale, so you see that's a Pandaren on its horn. For those of you not aware, a Pandaren is about the size of a Tauren, who's pretty damn tall. Back here. Well, uh-oh. Nope, okay, we're okay, we're okay. Well, whatever. I was going to show you, but you get the point. So this is a rather large statue, as you can say. Several hundred feet up into the air. I also like how they crafted a pillar to craft the statue around. And yes, this is an absolutely monumental amount of jade. They have entire jade mines, plural, mines, dedicated towards getting the jade towards this. Now, for those of you not aware, brief lore tidbit. The Jade Serpent, first of all, is an actual living creature. This is not the Jade Serpent. This is a statue honoring the Jade Serpent. But the Jade Serpent is the statue of... or the statue of... Wow, the symbol of hope, peace, tranquility, etc. The opposite of doubt, basically. And... hang on just a second. There's something I'm missing, and it's really bothering me. That I'm missing... wisdom! That's the other thing. God. Sorry. So anyways, and wisdom is the big thing that the Jade Serpent is the symbol of. Ugh. So, just cool, nice, awesome symbol of hope and amazingness. Just wanted to show that off. So, oh god. So this is our very first look at the mogu. Depending on how you do the quest, this is designed to be your first or second look at the mogu. To give you a little bit of a closer shot, this is a mogu. Now, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that the crane is the symbol of hope. That's why I was stuttering, because I was about to say the Jade Serpent was a symbol of hope, and then I realized that was actually wrong. The crane, the white crane, or excuse me, the red crane is the symbol of hope. The white tiger is the symbol of courage. Anyways, the mogu here, you'll notice they look kind of off, and I noticed this immediately, and I'm sure most other people did as well. It's funny because at first we assumed that this was a stylistic thing, that they had deliberately designed these to look off, or different. If you don't know what I mean, just look at, for example, under their elbows. They've got little chunks of decoration on them, and they've got these weird designs in their shoulders. Their hair doesn't look natural, you know, that kind of a thing. They look, to put it bluntly, like walking statues. Naturally, this makes absolutely perfect sense, since they are walking statues. The mogu are actually a synthetic race. So,
Makes sense, actually, that the mogu looked like that. And when I very first played this, I was like, wow, this is some big kind of flaw or whatever. But it wasn't. It was actually done very deliberately. You've come to speak with my fists. Take your place in line. Otherwise, I could use your help. The people of this village are simple fighters, simple farmers, not fighters like you or I. Still, they stubbornly defend their homes as best as they can. Search the village for anyone still on their feet and tell them to rally here at Hane's place. Oh, I'll be talking about Lei Shen a lot, Darker. The damned mogu hit us out of nowhere. Anyone they don't kill on sight is being dragged away into the woods. This is the only safe house, and it's all I can do to hold the door. What do you say, friend? Are you willing to stand up and fight for the weak? Who's out there, Shao? Is it safe? Stay inside, Hane. Adventurer, please see if there's anything the gentle mother needs. She's working tirelessly to help the survivors inside. Okay.
You are most welcome.
You are the first person to come through that door who isn't in shock, injured, or both. I hope that means you can help. We've tended these orchards and made cider from the nectar for generations. In that time, we've learned a special trick for putting out fires in a pinch. She pushes a jug of cider into your hand. The cider itself, when mixed with crushed ginger leaf and saliva, quickly becomes sticky and viscous, perfect for smothering flames. Please, while you're out there, try to get the flames under control. I've already mixed in the ginger leaf. Just swig and spit.
Live for your dreams.
They may not be weapon masters, but many of these farmers can wield a simple hoe or rake as an extension of their own will. That mastery, coupled with the right motivation, could muster a force capable of standing against the mogu. If you can bring back some tools from the orchard, I'll distribute them to anyone willing to fight.
The world is your teacher.
So let's talk a little bit about the mogu, shall we? The mogu, I know this is going to sound funny, are pathetic. I want you to keep in mind that these mogu, the mogu are the quintessential bullies. Now, I don't know how many of you have dealt with bullies in your real life, but let me clue you in on something really important to keep in mind about bullies. They're pathetic. They are cowards. Their only real interest is in trying to bully around people who they perceive to be weaker than themselves. Anybody who can actually stand up against a bully pretty much wins, because a bully is, by their own definition of being a bully, weak. Weak of will, weak personally, weak physically, doesn't matter. Weak emotionally, weak mentally, stupid, in other words. And that is the mogu in a nutshell. They are absolutely pathetic. They will fight each other as much as they do everything else, because they are constantly on the lookout for any form of weakness that they can try to exploit. The mogu, well, I actually find their culture somewhat fascinating in a really horrible sort of a way. Especially since the mogu would never have amounted to anything if not for one person.
Tell me of your travels.
There is one person ever, and I know some of you know who I'm talking about, who made the mogu into a force worthy of consideration. Otherwise, the mogu who have never been nothing more than petty brigands and bandits. Look at what the mogu are doing here. This is an apple orchard. The great, powerful mogu have decided to bandit raid an apple orchard, and they're not really winning. There are still plenty of Pandarans holding their ground against them. There are still survivors, and all they can do is try to burn their homes and burn their farmland in an attempt to actually accomplish anything, to show their superiority, to show their strength. Now, we're going to go ahead and go a little bit more in depth into the mogu, because this is, I think, a pretty good time for it. The mogu, of course, are another one of the so-called seed races, a servitor race, in other words, a race that was created by the keepers of the Titans in order to serve the keepers of the Titans. These are the... well, these guys are pathetic, as I think I've actually mentioned more than once. But what I mean by that is they never had any sense of self or determination or anything. Their only purpose was to serve. They were literally made for absolutely no other reason than to serve. This is actually a rather common problem. If you'll notice, every seed race that has been abandoned by the Keepers, yeah, no kidding, Aldrith, doesn't really... They develop a flawed culture. A culture that wouldn't have developed if not for the fact that they were designed to serve a function, and then that function was basically, like, the people who designed that in them basically let them go. We saw this in the Vrykul, is another excellent example of this. The Vrykul kind of devolved as a culture because they were designed for only one purpose by the Keepers who built them, and when the Keepers basically abandoned them, they devolved into the Vrykul culture we saw up in Northrend. I talked about that extensively when we were going through the Howling Fjord. The mogu are in the same basic boat, so they had several purposes. First of all, they were terraformers, builders. They would carve out great chunks of mountain and walls and all sorts of fun stuff like that. They would be directors of other races, caretakers, guardians of the... I hesitate to use the word lesser racers, but, you know, races that needed caretaking, most likely including the Pandaren, by the way. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. And they were defenders. They would fight tirelessly against the forces of the old gods, most notably the Mantid, who were direct servitors of what was left of Yasharaj, right? So that was what the Mogu's purpose was. After time, the Keepers, as they did with all of their creations, basically abandoned the Mogu. Now, the Mogu kind of had no direction after that point, and so they kept trying to follow their absolute directive, but they did so in an extremely flawed manner. Basically, because of how they were, it was built into them that they were the superiors, so they would have to be stronger than anyone else around them, right? I mean, that's just logical. I mean, why else would the Keepers have built them to take care of the smaller races, the weaker races? Those weaker races must exist to serve the stronger races. I mean, that's just logical, right? After all, the Mogu served the Keepers. So therefore, that's how things go. The weaker serve the stronger. So they went about trying to enslave. They actually failed miserably. I'll get to that in a moment. There's a little bit of some... I wouldn't say disagreements in the lore. Again, it's that whole in-character, out-of-character lore thing. The out-of-character lore makes it clear that the Mogu never accomplished anything until Lei Shen. But in-character lore says how, oh, the Mogu were always a problem, which, as we've already established, is not actually true. That was my elbow. The Mogu devolved very, very quickly into tribes. Now, it's funny because these are basically artificial tribes, because the Mogu are a synthetic race. They don't procreate like other races do. In fact, there is still a debate if female Mogu exist at all. There are two conflicting reports about that. I will discuss that later, because it's not really relevant right now. So the Mogu, the way the Mogu procreate, and we do see this, is they don't have sexual dimorphism and sexual reproduction. They build a new statue and imbue it with the soul of a new Mogu. And that's how the Mogu procreate. Because they are living, walking statues. And we've already talked about this. They are animus-infused statues. I'll talk more about the animus later, by the way. So, no, I don't mean the one from Assassin's Creed. So the Mogu basically arbitrarily picked sides amongst themselves. Factionalization, it's something that'll happen in real life. If you get 20 people into a room and basically try to make them fight, give them some reason to fight each other, even though they're like of different races and different genders and different age groups, they will factionalize more or less arbitrarily. Maybe because they have the same ideas, or maybe because they just happen to be closer to someone else, or maybe because they got into a fight and someone else intervened. It doesn't matter, but those initial tribes, those initial groups of the Mogu just kind of separated, again, arbitrarily, with no actual distinction, with no actual purpose, because after all, there was no family lines in any real sense of the word at the time amongst the Mogu. Now, the Mogu also got hurt by the Curse of Flesh about this time. That's actually relevant because, as I just pointed out, they're still statues. I'll get to that in a minute. This nasty infighting led to centuries. It's the age of 100 kings, I believe, or 500 kings, something like that, where the Mogu just started destroying themselves over and over and over 4 centuries. This was when they were affected by the curse of flesh. So this is when family lines started to be a thing. They actually started to have children in a more biological manner. However, not too long after that, pretty much at the end of the Age of Kings, a particular mogu was born who, by complete coincidence, was actually left alive after one of his father's rivals killed his father and left him alive. This mogu was Lei Shen. Yeah. The mogu would have self-disintegrated into non-existence, basically, and become absolutely an irrelevant race on a global scale, if not for the acts of Lei Shen. I'll talk about Lei Shen a little bit more in just a second. They're inside, shaken, but alive, thanks to you. Nice work, but if there's more to be done if we are to save this village.
What wisdom do you seek?
A survivor came in moments ago and said the flames are starting to die down. We owe our very way of life to you, stranger. I cannot possibly reward you adequately, but please take this.
Spirits bless you.
Oh, hey, ding. Holy crap, we got a ding, guys.
Welcome, wanderer.
Were there any tools left? There are no paladins among us, but we'll fight to protect our loved ones.
Keep your eyes and heart open.
Welcome.
First, before the war cries, we heard the trees, groaning, creaking, and finally crashing down as the mogu cut their way through the woods. They were making the return trip easier. They're dragging our friends down that path to the ruins west of the village. Those ruins have been empty for years. Our children play there. Why would the mogu come back now?
Jade serpent.
Dun, dun, dun. So again, just to re-emphasize the patheticness... God, Nethrezim. Just to re-emphasize the patheticness, not only are these mogu attacking apple farmers... apple farmers. But they're here, of course, and you can see how they've kind of pushed the trees out of the way. They are here to take slaves. Now, you guys know that I am extremely anti-slavery. I've made that point very, very, very clear. However, the funny thing is the mogu don't really see it as slavery. Or perhaps it'd be more accurate to say they don't see slavery as wrong. Again, it goes back to that absolute directive that was programmed into them by the Keepers thing. In other words, to them, the weak serve the strong. You don't compensate the weak for serving the strong because they're supposed to serve the strong. That is the order of things. That is the nature of things. Why would you try to have servants or workers or employees? None of that makes sense. They are supposed to serve you. Hence the concept of slavery. This doesn't look like a quick snatch and run. They're setting up for something big. Can you see them, Valvaxis? Farmers from the orchard, tied up under inspection, being hauled off in chains. The mogu value strength above all else. Anyone deemed fit for work will be sent to toil under their whips. As for the others, let's not waste any more time. Thanks to you, there's a small militia of farmers hiding nearby. Hannah said something about giving them liquid courage, which I'm pretty sure means they're sauced and angry. The mogu think they can walk all over this. We'll give them a fight that will open their eyes. Follow the trail and down to the beach. Find their leader. When you engage him, we'll be there to back you up. No, they do not sell slaves. After all, they do not think of slaves as property, as some slavers would. They think of slavery as the natural order of things, which is a little bit different. To them, like I said, it's weird, but it's because their culture is literally broken by the nature of them being a constructed race. In their mind, slavery is how things should work. After all, they were enslaved to the Keepers, too. It is, as Kay points out, it's arguable that they themselves don't actually think of it as slavery, as we do. They just think of it as servitude. So Lei Shen. There's actually a huge amount to talk about Lei Shen. He is an actually extremely important character in the overall mythos of Warcraft. He was fleshed out a lot more in the Chronicles book, and he was already interesting to me. One of the things that bothered me most when I was walking through Pandaria
and doing all the quests in Pandaria was, why are the Mogu considered a threat? At every single turn, the Mogu were shown repeatedly, over and over and over, to be bullies, aka pathetic. And that is a consistent thing we will see here. We'll see further quests for the Mogu up around here. We'll see some quests for the Mogu around here. And at each turn, it's like the Mogu are sad and pathetic, barely broken species clinging to power and completely self-deluded, thinking, oh, we are the greatest, most powerful race alive. And yet they're constantly being humiliated by everyone around them, especially the PC. That being said, I was wondering why the Mogu kept having this undercurrent of being one of the big threats of the story. Lei Shen explained all of that. When you have a race of physically strong, powerful creatures who are very stupid and don't know how to utilize themselves at all, what is it that you need to turn that race into a real threat? A strong, charismatic, intelligent, driven leader. One individual is all it takes to take a group of bullies and forge them into an empire. Lei Shen did a lot. Lei Shen formed the Mogu Empire. There really wasn't one before that. It was just a bunch of roving tribes and brigands and armies that constantly killed each other. Lei Shen formed the Mogu Empire. Lei Shen built the wall. Lei Shen constructed most of the gate and the Magashan Palace. Lei Shen is the one who forged the alliance with the Zandalari. Lei Shen is the one who crafted the Isle of Thunder and the Throne of Thunder, and so forth and so on. Yeah, exactly, Netherseam. I would say the Mogu personally, Uldrith. So, the Mogu tend to have a great penchant for cruelty, mostly because of that aforementioned cultural messed upness I mentioned earlier. The Vrykul aren't really as... The Vrykul are probably more brutal than the Mogu, but the Mogu are a lot more cruel than the Vrykul, if that makes sense. The Vrykul are a lot much more, gah! But the Mogu will actually torture you, because they think you are doing wrong, and therefore you need to be shown the correct nature of things. That's one of the reasons why they are so horrifying to their slaves. Because their slaves do not want to be slaves for some reason. And, yeah, they do pretty horrible things to them. Lei Shen is the one who destroyed all of the old Pandaran society. He enslaved the Pandarans and the Jinyu and the Hosen, forged the Saurak, built a race. Seriously. And also kind of built the Grommels. We'll talk about them a little bit more later. Well, see, that's a matter of opinion, Kate. Personally, I would say there's a difference between, say, the Dark Elves from Warhammer 40k and Kratos from God of War. The former being cruel, the latter being brutal. So Lei Shen, to summarize very, very briefly, because I want to talk about this more later when we actually get to the Throne of Thunder. Lei Shen discovered the prime designate keeper, Ra. I showed him off earlier. And they were like, Ra, or he was like, Ra, you have to answer me. And Ra had fallen into a fit of despair because Ra was the only keeper who had realized the truth, that the Titans were dead. I put that in quote-unquotes because their souls survived, as we've already discussed. But their bodies died. Sargeras killed their forms, and so the Titans stopped being an active force. So Ra was thrown into a fit of absolute depression by the nature of the fact that his creators were gone. I agree, Uldrith. So Ra showed Lei Shen this truth. Showed Lei Shen that the Titans were gone, and that there was no hope for anything. And Lei Shen said, well, screw all that! Because, again, driven, charismatic, intelligent, powerful. Very dangerous combination. So Lei Shen took... Lei Shen took most of Ra's power and actually drew some of the essence of the Titans into him. I actually, this is great because we'll talk about this a lot more later. We'll actually see this on thing. But he basically took some of the essence of one of the Titan's souls into himself, in addition to the power of the Keeper Ra, and in so doing, learned a tremendous amount about Titan technology. Very shortly thereafter, he discovered the engine of Nalakshala, or however the hell you're supposed to say that, the one that's in Mogushan. And he discovered how to make Titan technology work, learned how to do what they refer to as flesh crafting. It's pretty much as gross as it sounds. Or flesh shaping, excuse me, flesh shaping. But yeah, it's gross and it's evil and it's horrible. Yeah. Lei Shen did a lot. Again, I'm summarizing a bit because there's so much more to talk about, but my reason for bringing up Lei Shen with regards to the mogu is Lei Shen was the only reason the mogu were ever anything. They were a random, they were a random race that were a servitor race of the Keepers, that were abandoned by the Keepers, that were afflicted with the curse of flesh, and turned into, I don't even have a real-life equivalent, roving tribes that killed each other endlessly, for no reason. Lei Shen used the engine of blah blah in order to be able to actually reverse the curse of flesh, rebuilt them into creatures of stone. That's why they're still stone right now. That's why we never see any fleshy mogu, even though they did exist at one point in history. Lei Shen was the only one to ever actually cure, quote-unquote, the curse of flesh. And now I say that, you might be like, well, wait a minute, what about what was happening in Oldham? Remember, what he was doing was not actually curing them of the curse of flesh. He was basically just re-afflicting them with a new infliction, which kind of overrode it. Agra is one of the orcs that was a native denizen to Nagrand, our Nagrand, Outland's Nagrand. This one, right here. She's from Garadar. And Thrall met her when he journeyed to Garadar all the way back during BC, and they've actually been interacting ever since. Not a lot of that was on camera in-game, and that's unfortunate, because for a lot of people playing the game who weren't reading the books, who weren't reading the short stories, it's just all of a sudden, here's Agra, and by the way, he's with Thrall, and it's like... Anyways. So yes, Lei Shen... Wow, Lei Shen was a hell of a guy. He really was. I actually have a tremendous amount of respect for Lei Shen. Kind of in the same way I have a lot of respect for Stalin. Both are unforgivably, unremittently evil bastards. But they were people who were movers and shapers, and they managed to accomplish a lot in a fairly short period of time. It's funny because most of the Pandaren lore, in-character lore, again, unreliable narrator, says that Lei Shen eventually died of old age. And they say that because they have no idea why Lei Shen died. The truth is that's not what killed him. You know what it took to kill Lei Shen? A freaking Titan weapon. I'm not kidding. You remember, if you remember over in Oldham, there's this device called the Halls of Origination. And what it could do was turn all the matter and all the energy of the planet into base matter and just break it down into atoms and then reform it into a new planet with new energy, right? That's the purpose of the Halls of Origination. The Nephroset, the people out there, the Ankahet people, not the Ankahet, excuse me, the Ram Kehen people, they had been invited to see Lei Shen's works and powers. Remember, this was before the Sundering, so this was all one continent back then. So for them, it was just a trip east. Now, Lei Shen and all the Mogu treated them like they were honored guests. Of course they did. They were fellow servitors of the Keepers. They were life that mattered. This is one of the things I've talked about many times before, and I talked about this during the book. I talked about this during Wrath. One of the biggest flaws in the life forms of... yeah, exactly, Rory. One of the biggest flaws of the life forms that were generated by the Keepers, and the Keepers themselves, and the Titans themselves, is to Titans, Titan life is the only life that matters. And therefore, the only lives that matter are lives that are aligned with the Titans. So the Keeper lives matter, and the Seed races matter, but nothing else, really. I've talked about this many, 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 many times. It's relevant here because Lei Shen looked at these fellow keeper-servitor races as if they mattered. Unlike the Pandaren, unlike the Hosen, unlike the Jinyu, these things were actually relevant. They were life that had significance. So they were invited as honored guests. Now, they were still told they were about to become servitor to his empire, but that was just natural. I mean, we both work for the Keepers. We both are on the same side. So this is just me formally telling you that I'm going to be sending people to go ahead and start managing the operation of your kingdom for you, to help take the burden off of you. It was a thing done as a kindness to honored allies. They really didn't like that. They looked at the slavery and cruelty and abuse that the Mogu were doing to the lesser races, and absolutely thought it was disgusting, and they told Lei Shen he could go screw himself. Now, because of the severe respect built into the Mogu, and in Lei Shen in particular, he let them go, but he told them, I'm taking that land regardless. This is my purpose in existence as a servitor of the Keepers. So, I'm coming with an army next time. This is your warning. So Lei Shen did go with an army that also included the upper echelon leadership of the Zandalari at the time. And they had left a couple of people to sacrifice themselves up top, while the ones down below activated a modified version of the Hall of Origination, which wiped out the entire Mogu army, the entirety of the upper leadership of the Zandalari, and killed Lei Shen himself. That's also why Oldham is a desert now, instead of being the lush, beautiful area it used to be. So it took the Halls of Origination to nuke, to nuke Lei Shen and his armies. The Mogu never recovered from that, ever. They degenerated into roaming, just the same thing they were before. They never got another big, charismatic, intelligent, powerful, driven leader in order to drive them forward. And over time, the Pandarans successfully opposed them, because the Mogu are bullies. They're not actually strong. Hi, Necroblow. So, as soon as the Pandaren realized the Mogu weren't actually strong, the Pandaren worked together with the Grommels, who were sending information back and forth, and the Hosen and the Jinyu, and pretty much just completely turned the Mogu empire over on its side. Absolutely wiped it out. And extremely few Mogu survived that. This brings us basically to the modern day. The Mogu have not actually been a threat for the last 10 millennia. Actually, that's not true. The Mogu have not been a threat for the last 12 millennia. It was 2,000 years before the War of the Ancients when the Mogu were overthrown. And the Mogu have literally been little more than roving bandits and brigands ever since, in very small groups, without any significant capacity or power to do anything. Every time they've shown up, they have been smacked right back down. And that's pretty much the extent of the Mogu threat to the modern day. And the funny thing is, that's still going to be true through most of our journey through Pandaria. As I mentioned, we'll be seeing them here, we'll be seeing them up here, we'll be seeing them down here. And each time, there will be a small threat that we just smack right back down. By nature of how the Halls of Origination work, Nethrezim, it would also destroy the Titan, yes. Just as it would destroy all life on the planet. Yeah, I picked this shot rather deliberately, by the way. The Mogu don't have ships at the moment. They don't have anything at the moment, actually. They have basically nothing. They have their big, dumb weapons, and that's about it. So, let's see what the Mogu can accomplish. I am Subjugator Gorbel. You'll make a fine rock breaker. Okay, so now I'm going to stun him and sit back and watch a group of farmers kill him. Yeah. I'll intervene if they need it, but I don't think they do. I think a bunch of farmers who've never fought a real war in their life can defeat an elite mogu without much issue. What do you guys think? You're nothing but backwater peasants with sticks. Get back in line. You goons smashed my keg of Stormstout Special Reserve! I was saving that. Yep. They got him. Now, unfortunately, that didn't actually give me quest credit, so I'm going to have to do that again. I just wanted to really make the point. It's a nice aspect of gameplay and story integration. See you around, Riftmage. Have a good one. Here, let's free some people while I'm here. Hey, be free. Oh, I'm sorry, Uldrith, I didn't respond to what you said verbally. Yeah, I agree that it is probably crafted from flesh, and yeah, it's absolutely gross and horrible. The mogu were pretty gross under Lei Shen. Horrifying, terrible. Impressive in their own way, but pretty gross. And by the way, that was a mogu leader. For those of you not aware, the only way to become a leader of the mogu is to be able to basically push around the other mogu. To prove that you are stronger, because again, that valuing of strength thing I've just spent like half an hour talking about. So, yeah, this is a strong example of a mogu that a bunch of farmers just killed by themselves. And that really describes the mogu in a nutshell, I feel. The Pandaren were subject to mogu rule in ancient times, and will never let it happen again. This is extremely unsettling. If mogu are banding together like this all over the continent, it could be a threat to Pandaria. Not yet. Give it another patch or two. Actually, 2 patches. Give it 2 patches, then there'll be a threat. I talked about that earlier, yes, Necroblow, when we first started it. Whoop, whoop. Although, in fairness, it could be argued that that was necessary. It could be argued... Yes, that was the final boss of the entire game. It could be argued that Pandaria as a society and culture amongst the Pandarans and the Hosen and the Jinyu had reached a stagnant point, and the only way for things to move forward was for change to happen, and change is usually not pleasant. I know it's hard to say that Pandaria might be better off after we've gone through here, after you look at, for example, that mess. But some people would argue that Pandaria is going to be better off now that we've gone through here, now that we have affected change in the Pandaran society. I don't know if that's true or not, I've just heard this argued back and forth several times. We did do a lot to help them, in addition to doing a lot to hurt them. And we did get rid of that one last problem. And we did permanently kill an old god. It's the first time an old god has been permanently killed, was in Pandaria. When I say permanently killed, what I mean by that is, we mentioned earlier how an old god's corpse can still have an impact and effect. Well, that corpse, that influence, has been erased from Pandaria by the end of Pandaria. Yasharaj is not dead, he is gone by the end of Pandaria. So that influence, all the Shah, gone. The Klaxi, gone. The Tonka, well, they're still there, but they're nowhere near as a threat as they used to be. So, yeah, all of the major threats and all of the eldritch horror aspects of the continent have been erased from it. So while they took quite a few losses and literally had their land scarred in a horrific way, you know, it could balance out to a net positive. I know that's debatable. I'm just bringing it up. So this is kind of cool. See this? It's a big old shrine. I like big old shrines. What about you guys? I like big shrines, and I cannot lie. It's a big old Pandaran shrine. 3 panels telling the great ancient history of the Pandarans. You can sort of see it underneath there. Don't worry, we'll see it better in the future. We're going to help,
I would love to help you, Lore Walker, but understand, I am in a real bind here.
But look who has arrived. Mrs. Mann, there's someone I would like you to meet.
This is the mean Queen of Green. I think she's in charge of the goblins. So we're going to be helping Lore Walker Cho do a restoration project. We're going to help him rebuild this shrine and restore this Jade. I suddenly lost the word for what these are called. Things. Now, it's funny you say that, Netherland, because I tend to agree. So, if we look at Azeroth here, these two continents, we completely ruined Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms, right? In Vanilla and in Cataclysm both. And yet, look at how much better off Northrend is after we went through there. Think about how much better Outland is after we've gone through there. And Pandaria, as we just mentioned, although that's more debatable. Mural, that was the word, thank you. Think about Warlords, think about Draenor, and how much better off this continent is now with us having gone through here. Now, granted, we can't claim credit for all of the beneficial stuff that happened, but nevertheless, you could say rather definitively that basically every place we've been to, with the two exceptions, has been net positive, net improved by our actions there. Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms... Anyways.
How does today find you?
Hello again, Volvoxus. You received my message then. Ah, I knew Toya would come through for me. He can get anything, you know.
This ancient fresco was once inlaid with jade. Oh, but it has fallen into ruin, and now its wisdom is lost to us. With the sudden arrival of strangers on Pandaria, I believe we'll need the lessons our history can teach us.
I understand, Lore Walker, but the Serpent's Heart project is behind schedule, and we've not a stone to spare.
Let's see if we can help with that.
Patience, patience.
Our whole Jade supply line has fallen apart. The mines are a death trap. Morale is historically low, and as if that wasn't bad enough, the Mason's Quarter has been overrun by wood sprites. Now even the plants are out to ruin me. You need Jade so badly, you can follow the road to the Mason's Quarter and get it from those glorified chopsticks yourself.
Keep the You expect this dumpling to clean up the Mason's Quarter? They barely even got a belly on them.
Have patience, Mrs. Mann. These strangers from beyond the mist continually surprise me.
That statement about the belly is doubly funny because we're a blood elf. Look at how freaking skinny she is. I mean, seriously. I'm not trying to call it a sexist thing or anything. I'm just saying blood elves are really thin. Like, I think that's about the width of my arm. Hey, Kemi. But yes, Takoida. That's basically the truth. We are, we're pretty well venerated. Everywhere but home. I think there's a saying about that. A hero is welcome everywhere but their own home. Something like that. You'd be surprised, Kay. Hey, look! It's Mogu! The living statues rampage through the woods. For now, they seem to be content with pummeling forest sprites, but if they continue any further, the Pantaran will have more than just missing Jade to worry about. Honestly, I have long since believed that part of the reason for the unique physical characteristics of the Blood Elves, male and female, is literally because of magic. I mean, literally, they are magically augmenting themselves. Kind of like how Kemik just mentioned from Witcher 3. To be able to look the way they do while still functioning as a species, while not, you know, having the biological problems that would entail. Just my opinion on that. So, once again, what's the lesson of the day, guys? Everyone, remind me of the lesson of the day. The lesson of the day is naturally, the Mogu are pathetic. This is the extent of these Mogu's ambition. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration. But several of these Mogu's, the extent of their ambition... Hey, Azura, you just missed my big speech about the Mogu. The extent of their ambition is to beat up wood sprites. Wood sprites. I mean... Think about that for a moment. I really, really don't know how else to further emphasize the pathetic nature of the mogu. They are just so absolutely pitiful. By the way, if you ever sit and let one mogu fight one sprite, the mogu will win. Barely. I'm serious. I've done it before. Hey, Fat Elf is awesome. We all know Fat Elf. Each statue shatters with a blood-curdling wail as spirits burst free. The statues are not merely animate. They are possessed. Mogu conjurers call forth hapless spirits from beyond, forcing them into statues. It seems that destroying the statues alone will not be enough to break the cycle. Yeah, wood sprites are kind of annoying. I'll admit that, but I mean, seriously? Seriously? Just, I mean... Anyways. Now, to make it clear, these are not... Okay. The shattered remains of ancient mogu statue. This one looks like it was never animated before it was broken. Whatever dark magic the mogu are employing here, it seems to make their brittle statues significantly tougher. Better to destroy them while they're still vacant. So, just to make the distinction clear, there are two types of mogu. There are mogu, this guy. Notice he is still statue. He is still made of stone, as I mentioned when I was pointing out the other guys. But he has his own soul, is probably, I think, the best way to put that. There's another type of mogu, which I was just beating up. The statues I was just beating up. Those are not mogu in the strictest sense of the word. Now, if you don't understand what I mean by that, I'm going to try and explain this as best as I can. I'm going to fail, because the distinction between these two is minute. The mogu have a similar perspective to the trolls. In fact, it is theorized, and based on the Chronicles book, I think it is actually very likely, the mogu got this mentality from the trolls, because the mogu in the old ancient Zandalari Empire actually interacted with each other a lot. So, the mogu treat everything as a resource. That most especially goes for the bodies of the dead, and people, and spirits, and souls, and all that. It is the height of absolute venerance that they didn't actually chop up Lei Shen's body in order to use it for spare parts. Because that's just how common that sort of thing is in their society. To explain what I mean a bit... hang on. There he is. This guy right here. So you'll see he looks a little different from the other mogu. This is because this is not a mogu. This is a mogu's soul that has been trapped into an animated statue. The distinction between these two is minor, but it's mostly a cultural one, which is why I want to talk about it, because you know I love cultural stuff. This is basically a lower caste of mogu. The more social acceptance you have, the stronger political sway you have within the mogu society, the more likely you are to maintain yourself. You keep your body, you keep your soul, in other words. Again, the comparison I made earlier with Lei Shen, getting to, even after he died, they kept his, even after he died, he got to keep his corpse intact, which is very, very rare for the mogu. If you are not in good standing, or if you are from a enemy tribe or something, for example, your soul gets to be bound into one of these things. Now, this is not the only place your soul could be bound. We'll see throughout the course of Pandaria other things that mogus bind their souls into, including the phylacteries, the spark generators. There's a whole bunch of stuff. We'll go into it later. But these are basically peasant mogu. So it is a punishment. It is a scorn upon them that their souls are bound to these statues. And it is mentioned that it is not pleasant. That these being in these statues and being forced to do the bidding of the actual spirit binders, like this guy here, is a very unpleasant, very horrible experience, as you might imagine. Oh, to explain a little bit what I meant earlier about the phylactery thing, that's this thing right here. This is basically a well of mogu souls that they keep around, like you'd keep around a pot of gold or a bushel of wood. Again, the mogu think of everything as a resource, especially souls, which again gives that parallel to the Zandalari. In hindsight, I probably should have guessed that there was a Zandalari connection to the Mogu because of how similar their cultures are in several ways. It's just the Zandalari are a little more in-depth of a culture since they didn't have that pre-programmed directive forcing them to be stupid. Well, what they do isn't quite necromancy. It's close, but it's... It's hard to explain. What they do, they don't really work with death and undeath so much as they work with essences of the spirit and the flesh. And there is a distinction between the two. They, binding a soul into a statue isn't really an aspect of necromancy in this particular setting. It's more an aspect of spirit magic. The Zandalari actually do the same thing. In fact, if you remember, I've pointed this out with several other trolls where we've seen in Zoldrak, those massive troll statues were powered by the souls of the trolls dead, conquered enemies and so forth. Similar concept there. Yeah, I'm gonna read these questions real quick. Okay, so we helped the spirits get out. We've toppled the statues. But your mind is racked with a howl, and beneath it a wispy voice is barely audible, as if from far away. Please, help me. Heart of the ruins, ritual, conjuring. My staff. Take it. Hurry. Well, okay. Now, I'm not saying the Mogu would not make good necromancers, but they don't really practice necromancy as Warcraft presents it. Because in Warcraft, necromancy is a lot more about, as I mentioned, death and undeath rather than aspects of soul and life, as it is in other settings. If that makes sense. Soul and life tend to be more of a natural, spiritual side of things, rather than, the spirit realm and the natural realm, rather than death and undeath, in this setting. See you around, Salder. I'll take that. What do you think you're doing? No matter. I no longer need that staff. I am not pathetic, I swear. So you ever see, probably in fiction and hopefully not in real life, one of those really pathetic characters who has to constantly give themselves self-affirming speeches to make them, to bolster themselves because they have so little self-esteem because they are so pathetic. I feel like a lot of the Mogu are like that. As he's here. Ancestors. So the first thing he says is, what are you doing? Oh, no matter. I don't need that anymore. Next thing he says, Ancestors, I call you back from the dark beyond to bind this spirit to my will. Enough of your interference. Spirit claws, deal with this pest. More quickly. Now. I will have you, spirit sage. No. Your perversion of the dead ends here. Spirits of old, I release you from my staff. Seek your vengeance on this beast. Too much! It's too much! I cannot fall here. Not with so much work left to be done. Run away! Run away. All those poor souls. Here, this will lead you home. Spirit binding. How can the Mogu have been allowed to presume such a disgusting practice? And now here I am, product of a half-failed conjuring. The spirit fumes for a moment, and then turns to you. What century is this? I love it. Also, I agree. If the Mogu ever practiced proper necromancy, that would be unpleasant. And they'd probably take to it very well. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Pei-Zi, Master Spirit Stage and the last Pandaran Emperor, Shao Hao. That would put him at about 10 millennia ago when he died, by the way. At least I was. So many spirits held in captivity here. I can feel them everywhere. Even the walls are a cage for the long dead. Valvaxis, we cannot simply break the sorcery of this place. Doing so would release countless agonized souls to wander the earth. They will need a beacon, something to guide them. With your help, I can create a Tan Chao, a bridge from this world to the heavens. For this ritual, I will need a bowl, a candle, and a jade Kong.
You should be able to find them all within the ruins.
Oh, we'll be talking about the Iron Store quite a bit when we get there.
The Spirit Claws are a sect of Mogu assassin priests who, at the height of the Mogu Empire, were the most elite and feared of the Emperor's troops. All have mastered a death blow which enslaves the spirit of the enemy, trapping them in a jade bottle for delivery to a spirit binder. If you encounter any Spirit Claws, take note, their belts hang with a cursed weight. Relieve them of their burden and bring the bottles back to me. The process of mass conjuring, as the Mogu are doing here, is not without byproduct. Some spirits arrive too distraught or unruly to be harnessed, so they are confined and left to wander until their desperation leaves them more malleable. I suspect the Mogu have such a holding area nearby, likely guarded by Spirit Claws. Please, take my staff again. Use it to collect these wayward spirits. You needn't fight them. Present the staff and they will be drawn in.
So, 2 points I want to toss out here really quick. First and foremost, these spirits that he is releasing and helping, these are Mogu spirits. Yes, these are what Mogu souls look like. Pretty horrible, right? Believe it or not, it actually took me a while to figure that out myself. Ugh. Ah. Second of all, so it's interesting to me that this Pandaren spirit is going way out of his way to try and help Mogu spirits to be able to move on in life. So that's kind of nice. The second thing I want to point out here is how incredibly horrible and cruel it is what the Mogu are willing to do to the spirits of those they take. So again, remember, to the Mogu, everything is a resource. And as I mentioned earlier, to the Mogu, it is perfectly logical and natural for anything to be subservient, right? You know, the whole slavery is the natural state of existence thing I mentioned earlier. No need to rehash that point. So to them, it's just efficiency. But as real life has proven many, many times, efficiency is often incredibly cruel. When you stop treating the person you are utilizing as a person, that tends to be referred to as cruelty. So I want you to imagine that you are a soul, that you died, but you've actually been you've been brought up and you are a wandering soul. And you've been brought up in a mass summoning by the Mogu. You have one of two options. Option 1. You are immediately conformed and consumed by the Mogu in use for their resources or whatever. Remember, the Mogu tend to use souls as a power source, in addition to binding them to actually serve their will. Your second option is to resist. If you resist, you are put into an area where you will be in unimaginable torment and horror as you wander around, incapable of leaving, incapable of being at rest, incapable of anything other than suffering until you are in so much pain and horror that you are willing to accept their rule just to get it over with. And therefore you will submit to them. That's kind of horrible. At least I think it is. Brewing doesn't. Brewing does that all the time, but I mean, that's okay. I'm going to mention Iron Stars in Siege of Orgrimmar, and I'm going to talk about them much more when we actually get into Warlords. The Iron Star isn't really that relevant until we actually hit Warlords. We don't really get to see how significant of an invention that was until then. I will say this right off the top of my head. I do like the fact that the Iron Star is an actual advancement of technology in the setting. It's not something that happens very often in Warcraft. I mean, for example, their technology has been inching forward. For example, we have the airships, you know, the battleships, the gunships now. And we have things where, you know, some of their existing tech that we've seen since Warcraft 3, and in some cases since Warcraft 2, has been refined. But the Iron Star was one of the first really, truly new forms of technology that was added to the thing. Is that a Zandalari? That is a Zandalari. Oh, I'm on the wrong... So it's a Zandalari scout. Let's see. He is a Meteor Shower, Thunder Crush, Vengeful Spirit type of scout. I might be able to take him. Let's try it. Let's try it. If he drops the amount, I am going to laugh so hard. These are rares, basically, as you can tell by the skull on the minimap. I actually still have to do several achievements regarding these things, basically because it's such a time-consuming thing that I haven't gotten around to it yet. Because you have to go to one of the areas where they spawn, and then you have to get lucky enough to actually get one, and then they have to actually give you what you want, and so forth and so on. So I just haven't bothered to do most of these. Oh, War Scouts don't drop the mounts? Aww. Well, I'm just wasting my time then. Hey, Preacher. It's okay. We just finished talking about how the mogu are horrible and fascinating and evil. Golden Lotus insignia. Yeah, Paladin, by the way. Anywho. Moving on. Well, I agree with you, Rory. But brutal efficiency can be perceived as cruel. See, Snowpiercer for a good example of that.
Have you found the items we need for the ritual? We cannot guide the spirits back without them. Ah, good work. With these, I can send these spirits here, including myself, back where they belong. Thank you, Volvoxus. I will take them with me into the Nether. To think the Mogu have continued trading spirit cloth for all these years. Did you get the bottles? Ah, thank you, Paladin. I can already sense the spirits within these bottles. They cry out with fear, confusion, rage. I am almost ready for the ritual. There's just one more thing we need. An offering. Relax, I don't mean a sacrifice. Just a bit of food. I'm sure there are mushrooms growing in Tideview Thicket to the northwest. Please bring me some. I'm afraid I have another favor to ask. The bottles you recovered contain neither the spirits of the Mogu ancestors nor recently slain foes. They contain the spirits of beasts. It seems the Spirit Claws have resorted to poaching in an effort to fuel their simulacra. This complicates our task, for I cannot take these beasts with me to the bridge. Take the bottles west to the thicket and smash them to return the spirits to nature. Some will be blind with rage and will need to be subdued. Yes, that's just how pathetic the Mogu are. They can't even kill people in order to use their souls in order to power their rituals. They need to kill animals to use beast souls to power their rituals. And in case you're curious, yes, it is mentioned several times that a beast soul is simply weaker and less useful than a person's soul. So, I mean, it works, but... God, the Mogu are pathetic. I love it. I mean no offense to any PETA members who happen to be in the audience right now, but yeah, animal soul does not equal person soul. Sorry. At least not in Warcraft. It's not a bad thing, it's just re-emphasizing the point I've been making for like the last 40 minutes, Preacher. Which is the point that the Mogu are pathetic. Literally the only reason the Mogu were ever anything was Lei Shan. Also, I like the quiet little name drop of Xiao Hao earlier. It's the first time he's been mentioned in the story, but not the last. And yeah, that whole reliance on slaves thing is pretty much one of the big reasons why the Mogu Empire, after Lei Shan, completely disintegrated. The Mogu were incapable of functioning as a culture, as an organization, without their slaves. Oh, I couldn't count Aureus. I mean, I usually put weeks and weeks of effort into just pure research for a Lorerun,
it's more in the months range when it came to the WoW lore. This has been the biggest endeavor I've ever worked on for the show. I'm sorry, Preacher. I really am. I hope you get to rewatch it on the VOD, because I'm actually rather pleased with our discussion about the mogu. Yeah, I've noticed everyone has certain things in their life that they're better at remembering than other things. For example, I'm really bad about remembering names. And numbers is another bad thing. But I will remember lore, like, forever. I may remember it wrong on occasion. Well, Lord knows I've been wrong before on my show. But I tend to remember it pretty well, just in a vacuum. For the most part. Sometimes, kind of, sort of, barely. Okay, I'm actually terrible, I admit it. Let's go ahead and fix that. There we go.
Even the dead know hunger. Ah, thank you, Volvoxus. These mushrooms may not seem like much of an offering, but the sentiment will be enough to draw the spirits to us. Also, they make a pretty fine stir-fry. Their bodies had long since returned to the land. Their spirits can do so now. We are ready to open the Tan Chao and guide all these spirits back to peace. If I may, I would have your assistance once more. The mogu will surely sense the ritual taking place and will do everything in their power to halt it. I need only a few moments without interference, and once the path is open, it will surge too greatly to be closed. If you're willing to help me one more time, please accompany me to the ritual site.
Thank you, Bragwin. There's your answer, Aureus. I have no idea how to pronounce that, Magister, so I'm not going to try. And yes, Nethrazim, we just finished Gorgrond.
Here we are. Keep them off me while I open the Tan Chao, Valvoxus. We are the lost. We know not who we are or where we belong. We wander in darkness.
Oh, hang on. Gotta kill someone. Yep.
We see a flicker of flame. It seems far, but we know it to be close. In the dancing glow, we see an empty bowl. We fill the bowl. It becomes our body. We rest.
This is a form of shamanistic magic, by the way. Ancestral magic, more specifically.
We fear not the darkness of this world. We know it is but shadow, cast by the glorious world beyond. We fear not the brilliance of the Tan Chao. We know it is a path home, a bridge between earth and sky. It is done. Finally, we'll see an end to this torture. I'll follow them soon, but first allow me to express my
Spirit Sage! I am dumb and stupid! I told you I'd have you, Page. You set us back thousands of spirits today, but I'll gladly trade them all to see you bound. As for you, little paladin, it's no use sending more claws to die at your feet. Instead, I'll give you this warning. Run away and don't look back. Even you cannot hope to face the product of my lax spirit binding.
I like how his own comment, he has to reinforce his superiority, even as he's acknowledging that we've beaten him at every turn. A simulacrum imbued with the spirit of Pei-Zi would be a horrifying weapon for the mogu. Shanjitong must be stopped. Ancestral spirits stream into the Tan Chao, Pei-Zi's bridge to freedom. One final chamber lingers in the ruins, just north of the Tan Chao. The air above crackles with foul energy. Shanjitong is already at work. So, as you can see, here's this big old thing he's controlling. And there's the spirit being bound to it. I don't even know who you're talking about, Kay. So I suppose that answers your question. Now, this is actually... tag him really quick. This is actually kind of important, too. This is something that's been mentioned before and has a little bit to do with the whole... uh-oh. Oh, no. He's... Oh, God, he's ripped me out of my body. Oh, okay, never mind. I found my body again. Whew. Anywho, I don't remember that voice at all, Kay. Literally zero memory. Sorry. Anyway, so now that we've freed him, why don't you go remove that spirit barrier around this guy? So the stronger the soul, the more powerful the resultant construct, is what I was trying to say earlier. And again, this has a little bit to do with how the Scourge operate, too. Hence why he wanted such a powerful soul.
You will not defeat the thunder.
It's finally over. I'll be waiting at the Tan Chao. Come speak to me there.
Note that he's already referencing the Thunder King. I point this out not only because Blizzard already knew they were going in that direction. I actually feel like they wanted Thunder King to be a larger aspect of the story than he was in the game. But also, it emphasizes the fact that they're already working, as of this point in time, to bring him back. Which means the Zandalari, as of this point in time, have already reached out to Pandaria, which makes perfect freaking sense, since the Zandalari would be one of the extremely few cultures that actually remembers Pandaria, and the Pandaran people, and all that wonderful stuff. So, yeah.
This age must be one of great strife to breed heroes such as you. I can only imagine what adventurers must lie ahead. It has been an honor to have met you. I will remain here to usher out the last of the spirits before crossing the Tan Chao myself. Still, I am disturbed by the Spirit Waker's dying curse. You will not stop the thunder. What could he have meant?
Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, for those of you not aware, the Zandalari and Lei Shen's Mogu actually interacted with each other a lot. The Zandalari also have a very long-lived memory, and it will actually be interacting with the storyline of Pandaria and the Mogu in particular, not too long from here. As I think I mentioned, and this is absolutely hilarious to me, by the way, originally the Mogu, Lei Shen, I should say, Lei Shen and the Zandalari leaders coordinated together with full intent to betray each other, but they found so much similarity between each other, and their cooperation was so mutually beneficial that even though they initially planned to completely score over the other, they actually grew into genuine allies, which I find absolutely hilarious. So, by this point in stage, remember the Zandalari have already lost twice. Two major losses. One in Zul'Gurub, one in Zuldrak. Or not Zuldrak, Zulaman, excuse me. Zulaman and Zul'Gurub are the two times the Zandalari have lost. If you have forgotten, because it's been like several weeks since we streamed this, towards the end of Kata, the Zandalari came back out of nowhere and decided, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just conquer the world, man. And so they tried to unite all of the troll tribes into one. Now, we'll learn a little bit more about why the Zandalari did that here in Pandaria. They'll discuss more of the backstory of that. But all you need to know for the moment is that the Zandalari were trying to push the troll tribes into a new troll empire and reconquer the entire planet. I do mean conquer, not cooperate, not interact with, not join the political, purview of the nations of the world. They wanted to subjugate all the rest of the world under Zandalari rule. I mention this because if you remember, my big theory about when Pandaria was revealed was during the Cataclysm. So after the Zandalari's failures, it would be so that towards the end of the Cataclysm, it would be logical for the Zandalari to assume that their next best move would be to go to Pandaria, which they now know has been revealed, and try to return to the Thunder King, to their allies' fold, because let's be honest, at this point in time, the Zandalari are really not doing well. They are having severe issues with even maintaining themselves as a species, and that's going to get worse by the end of Pandaria. As Pax pointed out when we were doing Pandaria for the first time, the Zandalari would have been a lot better served to try and ally with us, rather than against us.
What is your hurry?
So she looks at you expectantly, her eyes wide, her nostrils flared. Catch? They were playing catch with my product. I hope you showed those walking toothpicks a thing or two. Maybe you aren't a tard after all. I've been looking for some muscle to help out with my problems at the quarry. And judging by the size of the Lorewalker's restoration project here, I think you'll need a lot more jade.
Stay focused.
So there's the first third of the mural. Interesting thing about Pandaria, there's really no one big bad of Pandaria. I mean, the last boss of Pandaria was Garrosh, but I really have trouble quantifying him as a big bad, especially of something like this. Yes, Necro. Let me rephrase this. If my theory is correct, yes. But it is worth noting they never state the exact action that removed the mists from Pandaria. As I said, in my theory, is that the actual cataclysm itself, the shattering, is what caused the mists to be unveiled from Pandaria. But they never actually say flat out. Maybe when the Chronicles Volume 3 or whatever book comes out, they'll say what actually did it. Who knows?
Come, speak with me.
Normally we'd be more than capable of fulfilling Cho's request. Jade veins run through this land like...
She scratches her head for a moment. Well, like something that runs through something else's veins. Look, I ain't a poet. Point is, we got problems. Calamity Jade. Have you ever seen a shale spider paladin? Usually harmless, creeping around eating rocks. But they got a taste for jade like cubs on candy. Boys call them nibblers. A few days back, we tunneled into a huge nest of the critters. They spilled out into the mines and went crazy, chewed up near everything in sight, including some of the boys. You get in there and clear them out. We got plenty jade to spare. The quarry's directly west of here.
Goodbye.
Exactly, Necro. But again, that is just a theory, so I don't actually know if it's true or not.
Look, this ain't easy. I got another favor to ask. My idiot husband, Hao, is a shift lead down in the quarry. I told him not to go back, that it was too dangerous, but he's as stubborn as a hosen and twice as stupid. Says the boys needed him around for moral support. Pfft. What about my moral support? What am I going to do if that idiot dies? Please keep an eye out for him. Tell him to come home.
May your deeds live on in story.
Yeah, I loved that they really fleshed out Lei Shen a lot in the Chronicles book. I found him to be a fascinating, amazing, interesting villain, and I really wanted him to be more in the game. Unfortunately, in the game, he really only is in a couple of quests and the Thunder Isle thing, this whole area here, and of course the actual Throne of Thunder itself. Whoa there. Dang, nibblers are tearing the place down in there. I don't know how to do that accent.
Over here!
Hey, what's up? Ugh. He struggles to pull himself up from the rubble. No, I got it. I got it. Okay, maybe I don't got it.
Let me guess. My wife sent you. Imagine that. My delicate little snow lily all worried. She's always fretting over me. Look, it'll take more than a little cave-in to keep old How down. Whew. Some of the boys, on the other hand, are in trouble. Help them out if you find anybody. I'll be fine. Really.
There we go. Told you I had it.
That is pretty impressive.
I'm sure you can handle things in here. I'll be outside settling things down.
I agree, Necro. Someone asked me, you know, throughout the course of this lore, and people have been asking me which is my favorite expansion, and my answer's kind of varied as I've gone through it, and my opinion has shifted a bit. But when people ask me which expansion has my favorite lore, my answer has always universally been Pandaria. This is basically lore the expansion. I mean, how could I not like this one? You know? These are fascinating, by the way. So these are shale spiders. In other words, these are elemental creatures. We've actually seen things similar to these, and in fact identical to these, down in Deepholm, in the elemental plane of Earth. So they're not actually organic spiders in the sense that other spiders be. These are purely elemental creatures. There's actually quite a few elemental creatures on Pandaria in general, including elementals. You'll see what I mean by that later. There's a lot of jade down here. Also, shh, Netherzeum. I don't want people to know my big secret. I don't want people to know that I've been time traveling with Keanu Reeves. I like some of the quotes the miners are saying as we free them. I gotta tell my cubs about this. Of course, I'll change the part where their pawpaw got stuck. Oh, that's better. How's my hair? I love Pandarans. No idea. No idea of severity or consequence. At no point in time does it even occur to these people that they might have died down here. And in truth, they probably wouldn't have died down here. Even if we hadn't been on hand, someone else probably would have shown up to help them out. This is a small problem. Let's be honest. A small group of not even fully hostile shale spiders? No, this is a little problem. And that's Pandaria in a nutshell, isn't it? Little problems. I sure hope nothing actually large or severe ever happens on this continent, ever. That would be terrible. I like how this cart contains the good stuff. I seen him running out of here like old Kershaw himself were giving him chase. Alright, so you need Jade, do you? I'd say we owe you at least that. We got plenty in the quarry, and thanks to your help, we should be back on schedule in no time. I should probably get back to the wife, so let's you and me get this cart of good stuff straight to her. I ain't never met no blood elf tweren't too big for me to pull in a wagon. Have you ever met a blood elf before? You climb in the back there and let old Hal do the legwork. Yeah, me too, Brewing.
Hold on tight.
Yeah, that's what we would call a big problem, preacher.
Crazy nibblers, give them a whooping.
It's just over to the left, Lurker.
Daggone critters don't know when to give up, do they? We're almost to the fresco. Keep it up back there.
Doing this in a group is hilarious, by the way, because we're on a layer, but we're all on the same layer, so you'll see like 20 mobs come forward if you've got like 4 players doing this. It's great. This is funny.
What a rush! I like you. You keep things interesting. Snow Lily, we're back from the quarry. Got a special delivery just for you, my sweetness.
Honey bear! I mean, it is about time. Don't you snow lily me. We were worried sick about you. And the delivery is not for me, How. The Honorable Lawwalker has been waiting. Oh.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Sugarfur. I know how you worry. Truth is, this stranger here saved my old hide. Go figure.
I love it.
Hello.
Well, I'll be. You actually did it. You looking for a more permanent job, sister? I could use a bruiser like you around full time.
Stay focused.
You brought my honey bear back. Oh, thank you, Valvaxis. Thank you.
May your deed live on in storm.
2/3 done. That second one doesn't look as pleasant as the first one. I'm sure it's nothing. Spectral fairy dragons are... Fairy dragons themselves are magically infused creatures. They're not elemental creatures, they're just magical creatures that happen to be particularly magically infused. Arcane, specifically. It's a weird mix of arcane and natural magic. Therefore, spectral of those is adding a third thing to the mix, adding a different thing in place of natural magic. So instead of natural and arcane, it's spirit and arcane, and that would be what a spectral fairy dragon is.
Patience. Patience.
You've done a great thing here, kid. Thanks to you, we have quite a bit of extra jade, and I know just someone who could use it. My friend Foreman Raike is running the great statue project at the Serpent's Heart. Bring a shipment of extra jade to him. Tell him his old friend Man says hello. He'll be eagerly awaiting your arrival.
Goodbye.
Apparently I am a gorilla, guys. Who knew? What the... Oh. So this is the Tian Monastery. This is one of the places where they train to be monks. Now I know what you're thinking. Ah, this is where they train their military. No. Ah, this is where the Shadow Pawn recruit. No. As with the previous discussion we had about artisanship and whatnot, most of the people here who are learning the martial arts way of the monk and the shamanistic magic that goes into being a monk are doing so because they want to. I know that sounds really weird, but I want you to imagine a world, a setting, where you could go and learn something not because you have to, not because you're forced to, not because you need a job, but because you want to. And the mere fact that I'm emphasizing that this kind of just, yeah. So, moving on.
Tell me of your travels.
What is this place? It's a monastery, of course. The monks here at Tian Monastery specialize in teaching young Pandaren, like me, how to fight. All the great fighters started here. Yu Ming the Blade, Liang the Unbreakable. Even the great Emperor Xiao Hao studied at this very temple, or so the legends say.
I hope to see you again soon.
You've arrived at an exciting time. High Elder Cloudfall has agreed to take on a new class of trainees with the monastery. This could be my big chance to finally learn how to fight. I want to mention something that someone in chat said. Forgive me for not remembering who it was, but credit to the person in chat who said this. One of the big differences between the Pandarans and everywhere else is that the Pandarans know what fighting is, but they have no concept of war. I actually kind of did something similar with my Primus campaign. There was conflict, there was fighting, there was violence in the world of Primus, but war had never happened before. And war is just a whole other tier of terribleness and horribleness and disgust and violence and just everything bad, right?
So, a lot of the times they act as if fighting is just kind of a normal, functional thing. Because for them, it's just fighting, not warfare. It was Nethrazim who said that, so props go to Nethrazim for that comment. This is not actual warfare. They don't know what it's like to send an army against another army. They don't understand how much that ruins people and lives and terrain and the people who aren't even fighting directly and just all the mess of things that can happen as a result of war. They know how to fight off hosen, how to fight off animals, how to fight each other for fun. You know, that's what they know. And that distinction, I think, is really, really important because war is coming to the Pandaria. And they don't really want it there. And so in response to Preacher, though, I don't know how much you know about Pandaria's history and backstory, but yeah, they have never actually required an organized military. As I've said, the closest thing that the Pandaren people have equivalent to a military is the Shadow Pawn. Now, the Shadow Pawn are not actually a military. The Shadow Pawn are more like, well, they're ninjas. They're monks. But the point is they're an elite force. They're there to be special ops, basically, you know, agents. And they deal with things as needed on a site-specific basis. They deal with the Klaxi every century. They help keep the Tonka in check. They make sure the Sarok don't get out of line. And they try to deal with the bigger problems that the people face. And when I say bigger problems, I mean bigger relative to Pandaren, which again, compared to the rest of Warcraft, is like this. Again, I'm not making fun. It's one of the appeals of Pandaria to me. The mere fact that Pandaria doesn't need a military really says a lot about the way this continent works. And how peaceful it is, and how, again, small-scale their problems are, that they have never needed a military. Even Emperor Xiao Hao did not actually have a military. In fact, if I might tell a quick story here, after the Pandarans successfully rebelled against not Lei Shen, but successfully rebelled against the Mogu, and successfully overthrew the Mogu, I've already discussed that, so I'm not going to rehash that point here, but when they did that, and they defeated them, they didn't form a military after that action. Because they didn't need one. They had no one fighting them from any direction. All of the internal races, the Tonka, the Pandaren, the Hosen, the Jinyu, and the Grummels, all coexisted peacefully. There was no need for an actual military. Now, this became a problem. This actually did become a problem because a few... I forget the exact timeline, but several years later, decades or centuries, I don't know which, forgive me, but several years later, the Zandalari invaded. You remember that? Now, this was basically the last-ditch effort of the Zandalari. Remember, the Zandalari lost all of their leadership in the Lei Shen disaster at Oldham, at the Halls of Origination. So everyone left of the Zandalari were basically just the dredges, you know, the middle-classmen, the captains who suddenly became the admirals, kind of a situation. And so, or the governors who suddenly became kings. And so all of a sudden, they're like, okay, well, we're losing everywhere. And they were in the middle of dealing with the rise of the Night Elves, who were basically crushing them like a bug. So the Zandalari were like, okay, Lei Shen promised us land in Pandaria. So we're going to go take that land by force. And so they charge down there, and they actually were succeeding at first because the Pandarans had no military to resist them with. However, the problem is that Pandarans, especially when allied with all their other forces, make a pretty good fighting force. They just needed to be unified in it. If I could parallel, the Pandarans were kind of similar to Gilneas in a weird way. In other words, every citizen was a member of the militia. So every Pandaren rose up to help fight against the Zandalari incursion. And that's also when, I forget her name, in fact, I might look that name up because it's an important name. One of the Pandaren made a pact with the Cloud Serpent. This is when the Order of the Cloud Serpents was formed, when they were fighting off the Zandalari incursion. Yes, I've been keeping the Chronicles book right next to me this whole time, in case I ever needed to reference it. It would have been before this. Paladin's Betrayal, Suramar, Deathwing, or the Ancients, Ashara, Elune. Here it is. Jiang was her name. A young Pandaren. When she was but a child, she had found a cloud serpent hatchling, alone and badly injured after a terrible storm had destroyed its nest. At the time, the Pandaren regarded the flying cloud serpents as untamable and violent beasts, but Jiang nursed him back to health and befriended him. Those in her village often saw them flying the skies together. As the monks fought a losing battle atop the cliffs of the Jade Forest, Jiang and her serpentine companion, Lo, swooped down from the clouds. Lo's fury and fire broke the Zandalari ranks and forced them to retreat. News of the victory spread throughout the Empire, and soon others followed in Jiang's footsteps. They tamed the powerful cloud serpents, and soon a small army arose to fly into battle at her side. These brave Pandaren became known as the Order of the Cloud Serpents. And this is how they formed. And this is one of the reasons why they were able to hold off the Zandalari, because they had freaking flying mounts, and the Zandalari were basically at their weakest. Oh god, no kidding, Dakoita. If Sylvanas ever wanted to invade Pandaria, yikes. The same could be said of several groups of power, though. Cloud serpents are natural creatures, yes. At least from everything I've seen. I've never seen anything to indicate that they are not. They are not dragons, as some people might have indicated. Cloud serpents are exactly what they sound like. Based on what I've seen of them, I believe they are actually partially elemental creatures, but that is simply my impression. I do not know if that is true or not. And there's one other thing I was going to mention really quick here, while I was in here. It doesn't matter. So, let's put that away. Yeah, exactly, Netherzim. That goes back to that whole scale thing again. Oh no, they're attacking our village, and that's a big problem for a Pandaren. Whereas for the rest of us, that's barely a footnote. I hope so too, Samurai. We'll see what they do. I'm glad that Blizzard is at least making steps. That's a good sign in my opinion. We'll see what they actually end up doing. No, I don't, Preacher. Because... how do I put this? First of all, it really doesn't fit with Pandaren mindset to have a military. We'll just start with that. Yeah, exactly, Darker. Second of all, the all I know about the Burning Legion with regards to Pandaria is that the Burning Legion does invade Pandaria. And that's actually all I know about it. I don't know any specific details at all. What time is it? So now that we've derailed horribly to talk about military fighting, army, etc.
Travel safe.
How strange to have such a foreign-looking paladin visiting our temple. Are you here to study? You look very strong. You wouldn't have any trouble getting accepted into the monastery. You should talk to the High Elder up on the balcony above.
May your days bring you joy.
Yeah, I would say cloud serpents are probably about on the level of proto-dragons, which is basically semi-intelligent animals. You know, wolf intelligence, as I like to think of it. I'm not sure, Netherzim, is the honest answer to that one.
You are most welcome.
Welcome to Tian Monastery. I see young Lin has helped you to understand the role we fill here in our hilltop village. We are unaccustomed to outsiders. You would do us great honor to train alongside our younglings. We do not have anything to offer you except knowledge and perhaps an appreciation of what it means to be a Pandaren.
May you find mastery in your passions.
If you're interested in training with us, speak with me again at the banquet tables later this evening. Because, of course, Pandaren fighting's training needs to start with a feast.
Oh, hello.
There's no mockery in my tone. I love that. I heard! The High Elder wants you to train with us. There's going to be a banquet for us, the trainees. You should bring a gift, as a sign of courtesy. The oranges in this grove south of the temple are extra sweet right now. Bring some for the banquet.
Travel safe.
Okay. Oh, you're fine, Preacher. You don't sound like an idiot. Do you know how many people I've had who knew nothing about WoW before I started this Lorerun? In fact, I believe Takoida was in that, that bucket as well. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. But I've had several viewers who didn't know WoW lore and then started watching this run. While there are stupid questions, you have not asked any. I also agree with what Jalea just said, that the Pandarans do not have the comprehension of what forming a military means to form a military. To form, you know, an organized militant force. And I'm sure you guys are really sick and tired of hearing me gush about the trolls, too. I hate to break it to you, but there will be more troll lore in this expansion. Sorry, guys. No, I wasn't, Kay. Oh, you mean... Right, sorry. Pandaria is another one of those expansions that occasionally I don't use mounts on it, just because I enjoy the view, and I enjoy taking my time. It's probably the best expansion to do that in my opinion, but obviously I'm not going to do that for you guys, because I've got a time budget I'm working with here. But I just wanted to mention it for anybody replaying through this, or playing through this for the first time.
Welcome.
Are you ready for the banquet? I can't wait. I'll look at that in a minute. Oh, these will do perfectly. What a thoughtful gift, Valvaxis. Me? I'm bringing beer, of course. The banquet should be starting any time now. Go find the High Elder and pay your respects. I'll be right behind you.
Farewell.
Lol, Netherzine. Yeah, it is darker. Although Zul is still out there. I really hope they do something with Zul. Not necessarily in... Oh, I need to go this way. Not necessarily in Legion, but they need to do something with Zul in the future, I think. I believe it was 5 years, Kay? No, 6 years. 5 to 6 years.
What wisdom do you seek? Slow
Oh, right.
down.
That's what I'm talking about.
Life is to be savored.
I keep wanting to hit that button, which on my warrior is hup, so I can go. So, as you can see, I wasn't kidding. These are all the trainees of the new class, for this new class of training for Monk. And naturally, there needs to be a feast to honor it. And I just... something about that just makes me grin. Food is actually an integral part of Pandaran culture. Go ahead and insert your own joke here. They're all good. But for them, food is not just something that they, eat for sustenance. They actually love food. They have a passion, a nurture for food. And remember what I mentioned earlier about that whole artisan thing? Imagine someone who spends most of their life perfecting the craft of cooking a specific type of food, of cooking soups, or of cooking meats, the grill, or of cooking, baked goods, or of cooking with stir fry or whatever. And imagine how incredibly good that food has to taste for people who have spent years perfecting the art of crafting that food. I gotta admit, one of the biggest reasons I'd love to go to Pandaria in real life, like if this was possible or whatever, would be to sample this cuisine, because holy crap. So I love this. I love just, they sit down and they have a great meal, and they dedicate this feast to the beginnings of a new age and all that fun stuff. And you can see there's hosen here, there's Pandaran, there's a couple of Jinyu here and there. If you'll notice, this is kind of interesting. They tend to segregate. And I find myself wondering if this is sort of a natural trying to hang out with one of your own situation. I don't think there's any racial bias. The Pandarans don't really do racial bias, not the same way we've seen other races do prejudice, and neither do the Hosen or the Jinyu. So I think it's mostly just, these are hosen, so they sit together, because they're also hosen. And these are Jinyu, so they sit together, because they're also Jinyu. You notice Pandarans are sitting at both tables, actually. And I don't know about you guys, but some of this stuff just looks so good. Oh. 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 Anyways, right, so.
You are most welcome.
Welcome, Valvoxis. We are honored to have you as our guest. Today we celebrate not only your arrival, but the initiation of a new class of trainees within our monastery. Please enjoy the food and drink we have prepared. When you are ready, I would like you to meet some of the instructors.
You can also skip this if you don't feel like doing the whole cutscene, which is kind of cool.
May you
Of course, we'll
find
be doing the cutscene.
mastery in your passions.
Let us start with the three who sit behind me. Before you sits Instructor Myong. She will be responsible for teaching you the most practical fighting techniques. It is said before she joined our monastery, Myong defeated 100 ravaging hosen in a single melee. Oh, you flatter me, High Elder. Those hosen were weak, young, and unskilled. Any other Pandaran would have done the same. Flatter you? You were 8 years old. And a half, sir. Next we have Master Stonefist. He will be leading your sparring exercises. Master Stonefist is nearly unmatched in single combat. He once defeated 999 challengers in a row. The 1000th cheated, sir.
What? Cheated? I never cheat!
Finally, Instructor Zahn. His mastery of the very basics of combat has given him nearly perfect fighting form. Zahn, how many practice strikes do your students perform daily? 10,000 strikes every day. And how many do you perform? 10,001. Luckily, High Elders no longer have to perform basic training. I find I am happier when I am not exercising. Walk and drink with me, Valvoxis. Aha, upon this table you will see Spirit Sage Gaoquan, the oldest member of our monastery. He has seen many High Elders come and go. He also tends to take these celebrations very seriously. You may have noticed the Hosen and Jinyu among us. All are welcome amongst the monastery, as long as they have the desire to learn. Finally, this is Groundskeeper Wu. Wu! Yes, High Elder. Wu, this is Valvoxis. She will be joining the other trainees. Oh, hello, Valvoxis. We'll be asking you to perform a few chores. Nothing complex. Just some tasks related to the maintenance of our monastery. We are all responsible for maintaining our home. Even the High Elder must occasionally lend a hand. See? I am helping by picking up this full mug of ale that someone left on the ground. Now you are caught up, and would you look at that? My cup is full again. It is good to be High Elder. So I'd just like to say I love this concept. Remember how I mentioned that you come here to learn to fight because you want to? The other thing I love is that they don't expect you to pay, they expect you to work. In other words, you don't spend $60,000 going to college. You go to the place where you want to learn whatever craft it is you want to learn, in this case fighting, and you spend your time there training and working to help maintain the place. So you contribute to the overall maintenance, you know, the busy work and the maintenance of the grounds and providing resources, that, you know, gathering food, all that kind of thing. So you contribute as a worker in exchange for your training, which I just really like that concept.
Tell me of your travels.
This concludes our introductions. You should be ready to begin your training. That is, you should be ready to begin your training after we have one more mug of ale. Maybe two. Shall we, Valvoxis?
May the red crane live forever in your heart.
Glug, 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 glug. Oh, hang on.
That's pretty cool, Radagain. Sorry I didn't respond to you earlier. I am envious. What? I'm awake. What? So here's Xiao. You can tell he's Xiao because he has 5 bowls of rice in front of him.
Hello.
Have you tried the rice? You really need to try the rice.
Zhao does not look up from his bowl. Hey, new lady! Glad to see you survived the banquet. Trial 1 complete! You'd better speak up with instructors on. He's expecting you for your daily exercises.
There is no hurry.
We don't have many rules here, but we do have one particular rule that's worth remembering. If you want to eat, you have to work. Groundskeeper Wu can give you your chores for the day. He's in the market to the west.
Jade serpent guide you.
Eating's a form of training too, you know.
Speak up.
All right, Blood Elf. I'd like to say what you're really made of. You'll find my pupils all over the monastery. Challenge them to fights. Push them to their limits. They have been instructed to do the same to you. Win or lose, you'll both come out of the fight the stronger. And that sentence right there says a lot about Pandaren mindset.
Until next time.
And yeah, I agree with Jalea. They do have currency in Pandaria. We've seen this. It's just they don't really need to emphasize it that much. It's more there of a medium of trade rather than a mandatory aspect of society. I'm sorry, Preacher. My mother actually didn't cook particularly much when I was growing up either. I usually did the cooking when we were growing up. My grandmother, on the other hand, she can cook. Holy crap.
Tell me of your travels.
Let's do it.
I hope to see you again soon.
Next one is on
Do it once. Let's do it. Come on. Let's see how you hold up against my slow, weak punches technique. Go easy on my belly, okay?
Welcome. May the mists
Welcome.
protect you.
May your days bring you joy.
Tell me of your travels.
Greetings.
Greetings, wanderer. Next one is on me.
Hello.
And down they go. I'm slightly more war savvy as the player character than they are.
Slow down.
He eyes you warily. All right, I think I've seen enough. No more beating up on the younger pupils. We'll proceed to the next phase.
White Tiger watch over you.
If you are strong, then I give you respect. If you are weak, then I give you encouragement. If you are enemy, then I give you my fist. Several times over, if necessary. Upon the hills to my right, you will find a hosen named Zizi. He, too, won enough sparring matches to move up the ranks. I think he will provide you with more of a challenge.
Goodbye.
The Jinyu are long-standing allies of the Pandaren, and we welcome any of their kind into our monastery. Hushun, one of their elder shaman, is one of our newest trainees. His skills as a monk are mediocre at best, but he is still a fierce combatant. He should provide you with the challenge you deserve.
Until
Marley.
next time.
And yeah, as Bragon points out, one of the things they say when you defeat them is, you take this pretty seriously, don't you? I agree, by the way, Darker.
What's Dukin?
Stand back! Zizi practicing here. Anybody get within 5 yards of him is probably getting knocked out. Maybe even killed! Yeah! You want to fight? Oh, about time someone challenged Zizi. Ja! Hua! Sungchai! Ja! Ya! Wang! Sha! Judo chop! Alright, enough. Stop hitting Zizi. Ugh. Look, I was pulling my punches, Dakota, relatively speaking.
Welcome.
The Pandaren elders were wise to allow the Jinyu into the monastery. They were unwise to allow the hosen the same privileges. Because we all know hosen are terrible, disgusting creatures that must die. Kill them. So if you let him live long enough, which I'm not going to, he'll actually use the water to help fight you. I knew I would lose. The rivers told me so.
It appears I must move you up the ranks yet again, Paladin.
Enough of that.
I must warn you, Paladin, if you continue defeating my best trainees, I will no longer be able to train you, and then you will have no excuse to enjoy the presence of my company. Think wisely before you dispatch any more of my students.
It's difficult to tell if he's joking.
You have already met my best student, Zhao, at the banquet tables. I personally would have graduated him several times over, but Instructor Zahn insists he needs more discipline. If you ask me, discipline means very little if you win every fight you enter. I'm curious if Zhao can keep his streak alive against you. A caution, he's been known to throw his food.
White Tiger watch over you.
Yeah, that's probably that casual pride thing again.
Hello.
Put your fork down. Put up your fists. I challenge you.
May the mists
Fine then. Time for an open-faced blood elf sandwich. Oh yeah. Bring on the pain. And okay, you win this time. I better get back to my size training. No. You know, fried rice sounds really good right now.
What do you need?
I must admit, I was never surprised, Blood Elf. You are a born fighter and an excellent paladin. I have taught you everything I can. It is time you spoke with Instructor Myong. The fights she stages are less traditional than the sparring matches I am used to. Nevertheless, the path of a traveling adventurer like yourself is unpredictable, and a broad knowledge of fighting styles is an admirable trait. Farewell, Velvaxus, and best of luck on the remainder of your training.
Goodbye.
I have not seen that, no, Preacher. That's awesome. Alright, I'm ready to do my work for all the food and booze that I consumed.
Slow down.
Velvaxus, is it? The High Elder's favorite daughter. Yes, I remember you from the banquet. Don't expect any special treatment from me, young lady. You'll be working just as hard as the greenest Pandaren trainee here. Maybe harder. First things first, though. A proper trainee needs a proper weapon, and a scrupulous trainee builds his own. Or at least gathers the materials. The switches which grow nearby should suffice for any respectable weapon. You'll also need to shop for black walnut extract to treat the wood. And while you're out, get some ale for... well, you know what ale's for.
Enough of that.
Okay. Bloop. So this is great. You see this guy? I'm just going to take some switches from him. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? You're stealing my inventory, aren't you? Don't make me stand up. I'll do it. I swear. I'm about to stand up. Here I go. Oh, who am I kidding? You are a wily one, thief. Thank you for the switches. I'd gladly pay for them, if you gave me the option to.
Hello.
Yes, I need ale. The triple bittered ale, which you suspect has very little to do with weapon making. Oh, I need 3 of them. 3 triple bittered ale. That does not sound good to me.
Tell me of your travels. Travel safe.
I will have the weapon prepared for you by the end of your training. Now, on to the real work.
Until next time.
Some of our trainees have larger than normal appetites. We occasionally have difficulty supplying enough food for all of them. In times like these, we have to ask for help. A kindly older woman who lives in a small house to the A kindly old woman who lives in a small house to the northwest has agreed to make some stew for our trainees. All you need to do is go and get it.
White Tiger
She's
watch
called the
over
Jade
you.
Witch, and the black walnut extract you purchased from Miss White Blossom is but one of many extracts we keep in stock for various applications. Blush leaf extract can be gathered from the flowers in the waxwood forest to the west. Several units can be extracted from one flower, but only those with calm nerves and steady hands can remove all the extract from one flower. Translation: if you have herbalism, you get more per gathering than you do if you don't. Nice touch.
Enough of that.
Do you know what happens if you slack off on all your monastery classes? You become a groundskeeper. That's what happens. It's not all bad, though. I get my own broom. The greenwood sprites in the waxwood forest to the west pose no direct threat to us, this is true. However, their numbers have increased as of late, as have their wily antics. Part of our duty as wardens of this forest is to maintain balance. Your duty is to do so by returning these sprites to the earth. It's okay. They're literally elemental creatures. We're kind of literally returning them to the earth. I mean, we're doing it by killing them, but, you know. It's okay. Cycle of life. It's the cycle of life. Oh, sorry.
Come, speak with me.
Greetings, Valvoxus. You are becoming quite famous amongst the trainees here. I have already heard your name whispered several times, usually between puffy and discolored lips from one of your sparring partners. I'm looking forward to working with you. Master Stonefist has trained you in the art of one-on-one combat. Now you learn the art of one-on-many. How does 50 sound? Lower yourself into the ring of inner focus, and when you're ready, set off this firework. My assistants will come at you, several at a time. All you need to do is survive.
Keep the peace.
This quest is a lot of fun to do in a group, because it will spawn more because there's more people here. So you can just get absolutely swarmed in here. Obviously, I will only be fighting 50, so this is going to be a joke. This quest sucks for some classes without proper styles of non-targeted AoE. Just having to single target through all these. Doing this on a mage or a warlock is hilarious. Or a hunter. I find myself wondering how many healers they keep around in a monastery like this, just to heal up all of the injuries. I mean, really. No, we know how to hold ourselves back, Dakota. See, we exist in a world of cardboard. In all seriousness, I've always kind of mentally assumed that our characters are sort of holding back on this. Because, well, I shouldn't have to explain why. So, even though in gameplay terms we're going at them full tilt, in lore terms we're just kind of, you know, hitting them with the blunt side of the Buster Sword, if you know what I mean. Oops, wrong one. I like how this guy's actively trying to tag my kills, not realizing it doesn't actually matter. It's a triggered event. Bye. But whatever.
Hello.
Your paladin fighting style is strong, Valvaxus. Our trainees could learn much from watching you.
May your deeds live on in story.
Okay. Do you know the difference between horizontal leveling and vertical leveling, Preacher?
Speak up.
Might I ask a favor of you, trainee? Before I came to the monastery, I was stranger to battle.
During my time as a trainee, I performed adequately, but I was never placed in any real danger. Now, as a graduate and a wage-earning guard, I am expected to protect this perimeter at all costs. See you around, Kay.
I can handle Greenwood sprites, but the tigers in the western waxwood are something different altogether. Would you mind taking care of them for me?
Yeah,
Goodbye.
Sure.
I can take care of tigers, and lions, and bears. So, actual levels in WoW matter much less than gear. If you were to divvy up into percentages how much of your total character's offensive power, or hell, power in general, offensive, defensive, healing, doesn't matter, how much of that power came from levels and how much of it came from gears, this is a rough estimate off the top of my head, but I'd say about 80% of that comes from gear. Your levels unlock abilities, your levels unlock talent points, but your power, your output, comes from your gear. To give a little bit of example, you see that I have 1,068 strength right now, right? You see that? Yep. Now, if you give me a moment. Give me just one moment. It's going to take a moment to do. Without my gear, keeping in mind I don't have that good a gear, I only have 557 strength. Now I know that doesn't sound like 80%, but I'm speaking from an endgame perspective. In other words, once you hit max level of whatever max level is at the time, levels are the vertical leveling gain. Gear is the horizontal. So you go up and then you cap out here, and then you basically continue gaining levels as you improve your gear. So you do have to keep increasing your gear and trying to get better gear over time. It's pretty much the only way to progress, especially because, for example, the first tier of raid at the moment, that would be Highmaul, is of a difficulty requiring this level of gear. So once you get up to this level of gear, you could do Highmaul, but you have to get even more gear in order to be able to move further in and do Blackrock Foundry, and even more gear after that in order to be able to do Hellfire Citadel. So I hope that makes sense. You'll notice how much that changed my health, too. Looks like that was about 65% of my health was solely from gear. And again, I don't actually have particularly good gear. Now, as Chef Lorerun points out, in lore, it's the exact opposite. Our levels refer to our experience, our training, all the things we've been through, all the skills we've learned over the years of, over our years of training and fighting and being PCs. So in lore, our levels are where all our skill is coming from, and the gear helps, but is more like the 20%. This is even further emphasized with the artifact weapons that we're getting in Legion. Whereas the artifact weapons are, major, amazing weapons, they will level with us. In other words, we will basically gain more skill in using them in lore as we continue to level the artifact weapons. Also, lol, Bragwin. So I hope that answers your question, Preacher. If it doesn't, then I'll try again. I like how this quest makes your hands glow red, because of all the dye. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Now, some classes, that's not quite as linear as others. For example, a warrior running around is going to be, like, very, very heavily dependent on his or her gear. Whereas a mage is not going to be as dependent. They are still dependent on it. They can just do more without having gear equipped than a warrior could. But that evens itself out once you start getting into gearing, for the most part. See you around, Brewing. I'm one of those people who does enjoy the fact that the PC is basically the strongest group
wandering, the PCs are the strongest group wandering around in the setting. I like that. I like it, A, because we've earned it. We've crawled our way up from being people who killed boars, 10 years ago, to the point where now we are actually a significant force in the world. And yes, we're about to haul a giant pot of stew back to town. Hell yes. But B, I also do enjoy stories that I feel properly emphasize a character becoming the protagonist. In the same manner that we've been getting stronger since vanilla, we've also been, and I've said this 1,000 times, been becoming more the main character since vanilla. I mean, what were we in vanilla? Random adventurers. Random mercenaries who barely mattered at all. And then in BC we were kind of like elite adventurers, and in Wrath we were much, much bigger than that, and so forth and so on. You get the idea. Oh, no, we're going this way with this. Come on, soup. Wait, no, I need to go this way first. Hunter gear is the same as all gear. There's no variance. I get the joke. There's no variance in classes and gear, really. Not really, when it boils down to it. You still need gear to progress. You probably want a good bow. Hey, Deutsch. You know how amazing this soup is? That's how amazing. It floats on the water. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Chef Laurent. Warlords was definitely the, okay, you're not just the main protagonist. You're kind of a leader of people. You're a leader of other protagonists kind of thing. Nothing emphasized that more for me than when we were going through Talador, I believe. And we started meeting several people who were major characters and leaders of factions back in, like, BC era, who were now taking orders from us,
What do you need?
I see you are. I will see to it that this stew is distributed evenly and appropriately amongst the trainees. After I set some aside for myself, of course.
Enough of that.
It is said that the ancient herbalism masters were able to remove 20 vials of extract from each blossom. Do not forget to wash your hands, blush leaf stains forever.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Velvoxus. The sprite's numbers will return in several days' time, but for now, balance is maintained.
Until next time.
Hello, Django Fat. How are you? Yeah, I'm hopeful to finish Jade Forest today. Today's going to be a half day. I'm cutting this off a little early for to record Primus. So we'll see if I manage that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Velvoxus, 1,000 times. Thank you.
White Tiger watch over.
It doesn't work that way, Preacher. So whatever bow you see that's better than your existing bow, use that. That's not true, Takoida. When we saw those filthy eels... No, I'm kidding. What was it? Eels and hyenas, I think it was.
Speak up.
First you drink too much beer, then you show up for class late? Looks like you've already conformed to Pandaran culture. Let us begin. Perfection can be achieved through repetition. Every single student in the training area below will eventually perfect his or her form, assuming they don't give up first. This is a fact. I encourage you to join them, Velvoxus. As you are an honorary guest of the monastery, you do not require to perform the requisite 10,000 daily strikes. Simply follow the leader's example for a few minutes.
Goodbye.
So I have trouble with this one, because sometimes I can't tell which animation is which. So that's a punch. I think that's that one. Yep. Follow the leader. Of course they did, Dakota. Correct, Preacher. Now, there are some limitations to transmog. For example, you cannot turn an axe. You cannot make your bow look like an axe. However, you can make your bow look like a gun. You can make your bow look like a crossbow. Any ranged weapon can be transmogged onto any other ranged weapon. Okay? Similarly, as a hunter, the only gear you'll be able to transmog onto your gear will be of the same type. In your case, that will be mail. So mail armor will be your limitation there. And that's about the extent of the limitations. Basically, the limitation is you have to be able to wear it as well. That's, I guess, an obvious limitation. But what I mean by that is if you find a bit of mail gear that requires shaman, you won't be able to transmog that. And that there's a whole new transmog system they're implementing in Legion, which, by the way, I am very excited for. That will actually make transmogging much, much, much easier and simpler than it is right now, and better implemented in every way. And make it account-bound transmogging instead of the mess that you have to go through right now. However, the relevant point here is that even under that system, if you go and get a set gear on a shaman, which is male gear, your hunter, even though it's unlocked for your account, will not be able to transmog it, if that makes sense, because it requires shaman. You gotta tell me about it, Lorerun. Oh my god. I am really looking forward to that.
What do you need?
This isn't your first time fighting, is it? Your form isn't perfect, but it is certainly practiced. Your next test also involves concentration and attention. Oh god, I hate this quest. This one really sucks on some classes. The bags are hung in groups of 2. When I call out left, attack the bag on the left. When I call out right, attack the bag on the right. If you fail to follow my simple directions, this task will become much harder.
White Tiger watch over you.
On some back-end style classes, this is a total pain. So these 2 bags actually share health pools, literally share it. And the bag that you're not supposed to be attacking at the time will have a buff that reduces all damage it takes by like 90%. It's a neat little way to do this. Yeah, I'm going to be dumping a lot of gear into the transmog system. My bank is completely full on several characters of transmog gear. I am a huge transmogger, and I cannot lie. There we go.
Slow down.
You may not be a full-time trainee here, but do not let that keep you from learning anything. I assure you, the ability to quickly switch targets will prove valuable in future fights. Hint, hint. You've passed every test we prepared for you, Valvoxus. It is now time for you to move on to bigger and better things. But not before another banquet. The High Elder will be waiting for you at the banquet grounds to celebrate your graduation from our monastery.
Until next time.
Exactly, Preacher. Man, I don't. I have like a few dozen thousand gold on my whole account. I am not that rich on my account. So that's right. We had a banquet to celebrate the new class, and we're having a banquet to celebrate the fact that we and a few other trainees, succeeded. I love this culture.
You have the eyes of one who has traveled much.
Congratulations, Valvoxus. While your trainership was strictly honorary, your results were undeniably impressive. The young ones look up to you. Groundskeeper Wu had this prepared for you. Please, use it as you see fit.
Family.
3
friends,
cheers for Valvoxus. 3
These
cheers
are what
and 3
matter
beers.
most.
What? Okay. It's almost time to end the Jade Forest. I think we might actually finish this today. Yeah, no kidding, nothing resume. That's a weird question. I mean, we've all died in raids and dungeons before. Going all the way back to vanilla. Jeez, Chef Lorerun. I suppose technically I should be farming garrisons. I've got garrisons on multiple characters, I just haven't been. Yes, my computer is doing fine. Thank you for asking. Hey, Norlix. God, that statue is amazing looking, isn't it? Love that thing. Yeah, you didn't see this earlier, did you, Deutsch? It's absolutely huge, too. Hundreds of feet tall. Made of tons and literal tons of jade. They've been working on this thing for literally years.
Hello.
Am I seeing this right? A whole shipment of pure, high-quality, uncut jade? Thank goodness. I knew Foreman Man would come through for us. Oh, and thank you, too, for bringing it by. Can I trouble you for another favor? We're way behind schedule, and this jade shipment is the last we need to finish the great statue. I've got my hands full, so you could run the ore over to the other foreman?
Sure.
Jade serpent guide you. Greetings, wanderer.
Here's some jade.
Next one is on me.
It's about time we got another shipment. I heard they were having trouble at the mines, but our work cannot wait.
Welcome. There is no
Unbelievable. Hurry. You've just saved my neck. Oh, look at the luster of this jade. In the mountains.
What is your hurry? Keep the peace.
Oh, wonderful. Just look at it. 100 years to produce this incredible monument to the Jade Serpent. And now you have contributed to this masterpiece.
By the way, that's a slight exaggeration, but only slight. They have been working on this, like I said, for decades.
What wisdom do you seek?
Oh, lovely. Beautiful. If you have time, you should visit the Eastern Temple. You may gain further insight into our great statue and its importance in our way of life. You might also get the hammer, which is an excellent weapon for...
Tell me of your travels.
What? Done already? You're quite the runner. Have you ever thought about making a living out of this? You've done us a huge favor, traveler. Now that we have enough jade to complete the statue, we should send word of our progress to Yulon, the Jade Serpent. When you arrive, speak to Elder Sage Wen Yi outside the entrance to the temple. If you wish to speed your journey, speak to the Kite Master. I'm sure he can spare a kite for you.
Jade Serpent.
Yeah, sure, why not? Do it, preacher. Do it.
Hello. May the mists protect.
Yeah, if you're referring to the meditation with Cho, we did that on the Alliance. We did do that earlier, though. Good quest, too. By the way, this is the normal Pandaren flying mount. A kite. One of these days I'll go back and actually finish my garrison achievements. I still haven't done the mage portal one. And I think that's it, actually.
Tell me of your travels.
So as I mentioned, the Jade Serpent is an actual being. Not, you know, just some kind of theoretical, metaphorical thing. We'll meet her in just a minute. We gotta do a couple of the quests first.
Tell me of your travels.
You bring news from the Serpent's Heart. Thank you for coming all this way, stranger. However, I cannot allow you to speak to the Jade Serpent right now. The Ancient One is very busy, and as you can see, is not here at the moment. Since you were so helpful at the mines, would you be willing to help us with a small problem here at the temple? Wise Marie has been complaining recently of a disturbance in his temple. The water elementals have gotten quite playful recently, and made off with his ceremonial staff. If you could help him, I would be most grateful. I may even put in a word with the Jade Serpent for you. Just follow the path to the north.
Slow down.
Lorewalker
Life is
Stonestep
to be savored.
is in charge of the entire temple library. Lately, something has been troubling him in his work. With thousands of ancient tombs to be transcribed, I can't afford to have him distracted. Would you follow the path south to the library and see what ails him?
May you find mastery.
Of course, the greatest library in all of Pandaria is in a temple dedicated to the Loa of Wisdom. Or rather, the Loa of Cloud Serpents, but whatever. The Jade Serpent is a Loa, by the way, if I have never made that clear. I had that theory for a long time. The Chronicles book, which is actually over there right now, confirmed that.
Tell me a story.
Hey there. I overheard you talking to the Elder Sage. He's pretty serious, isn't he? You're in luck, because I hear just about everything that happens around here. Have you seen the young serpents in the training yard? The little ones tend to be mischievous, and some of them ran off to play before the training session. The mistress will get angry if she discovers they're missing. Would you go find them and bring them back to me? I don't want them to get in trouble. They like to play out in the open, so look for them in the courtyard, around the spires.
See you later.
Oh, do you like fireworks, miss? I love them. In older times, we would set them off to frighten away demons, but I like them just because they're pretty. I think there are still some old launchers lying around the temple. Would you set up some fireworks for me? It would make me so happy.
Bye-bye.
Yes, nice Loa. I'd say kind of like Cenarian, but let's be honest, Cenarian is debatable. Whee! Fireworks. And yes, I do absolutely love the aesthetic of the Jade Temple. Crap, I don't have a character in place for this, do I? That's okay, it'll only take me a few minutes to get there. Honestly, I found that with Loa, it's more like there's a very few that are good, and then there's a whole bunch that are just kind of, we don't care about you. And then there's the Hakars. I would call all 4 of the August Celestials good, with the sole possible exception of Chi-Ji, aka the Red Crane, Hope. He's got some issues. We'll talk about those more later, though.
Yes, I can hear you.
The Elder Sage Ranzu sent you. Very well. You shall help me. Moths have infested the library. Moths! Any librarian worth his letters knows that moths are the most dangerous threat to paper, second only to bookworms. As it turns out, my assistants are a useless bunch of insect-fearing cowards. Please, you must help me get rid of the moths immediately. The works of 1,000 Pandoran storytellers depend on you.
Be careful.
The worst possible thing has happened, Blood Elf. We have bookworms. This is a critical situation. All bookworms in the library must be eradicated at once to prevent their spread. We must squash this problem, literally. Please, squash any bookworms you find.
Stay safe.
This is wonderful literary work here, storytelling. I'll explain why in a minute, but just remember, this is the level of problems we're dealing with. Bookworms, moths, and setting off fireworks. My reason for being hesitant about Chi-Ji is mostly because of what he does to poor, I forget his name, the Tauren Paladin. Who, yeah. Just, yeah. I'd say Saturn, personally. Yes, I'm literally stepping on bookworms, by the way, if you can't tell what I'm doing here. Look at the size of this scroll. Look at that. Anyways. But yeah, so these are small problems, obviously. Desco, that's his name. Ugh, poor Desco. Poor Desco. I literally cannot imagine what it would be like going through what he went through. We will not be showing that live, Gnarlex. It's one of the short stories, but I will explain it when we get to a point where it's more relevant. Just, yeah.
Hello. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
thank you, thank you. You've thinned their numbers out wonderfully.
White Tiger, guide your steps.
Oh, I am so relieved we managed to avert disaster. No, no, don't get too close, please. You still have some squashed bug bits on your shoes.
Stay safe.
Oh, whoops.
What news?
You have helped us more than you can ever imagine, Valvaxis. I do not know what I would do if our precious scrolls were lost. Please return to the Elder Sage Renzu and tell him the library is in order.
I'd say so, yeah, Taquita. Although I still get the joke you're making. I love the look of this library, by the way. Look at this place. Aside from the moths and the bookworms. Well, obviously, Azura, you're never going to love and care about the previous cat, I don't know their gender, now that you have the new one, obviously. I love this area, too. The fountain area. This is basically just a place of meditation here, and it shows. Look at this place. Water, and more water, and then just look at this. I don't know how to describe it. I am lost for words. The blue windows, the sapphire windows leading in blue light onto a palatial looking fountain of inlaid gold and designs. Even the very panels underneath the fountains lay out in artistry. I love this. I love this. Oh, right. I need to kill stuff. Alright. Sometimes I have really good luck in this quest, sometimes I don't. I need a drop from these items, these creatures. I've actually gotten it in my very first kill sometimes. And sometimes I've gotten it on my 30th or so. I don't know, Magistra. That's a kid. That's a lie. I know exactly why, but yeah, this place is beautiful and calm and peaceful and wonderful and amazing. Again, this is the level of problems these people have to deal with. These little water fiends, aka trickster elemental spirits, basically, are running around playing, you know, keep away with his staff. I am but an old Jinyu, and those pesky water sprites are impossible to catch. Thank you for returning my staff to me. Please tell him I will begin my work at once. I also happen to really enjoy Jade, so I have to admit, I really like the aesthetics of a lot of the Jade Forest. I mean, look at this place. Look at that. Look at that. Just, and there's bridges leading off into the distance, and then there's the tower up there, and just, oh god, I love this place. Guys, I'm leaving Earth. I'm going to live on Pandaria. I'll be back never. As a fun aside, Pandaria, they kind of improved the mesh of several aspects of the engine in Kata, but they really added to the engine's, how high the quality of textures that the engine could show in Pandaria. So if you look at a particular texture in Pandaria, it will be much higher quality, much higher resolution than textures in previous expansions.
What wisdom do you seek?
Wonderful. Knowing the squire has returned to his meditations has lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Family, friends, food.
Lord Walker Stonestep is back to work. Remarkable. You were able to do what the last 4 priests I sent could not. I think my headache is disappearing. Yes, there's tons of amber. We'll get to that much later.
I'm not afraid of you.
You found them and brought them all back. Oh, they've really taken a liking to you. Thank you so much.
Where are you going?
Yay! I saw the fireworks all the way from over here. Thank you so much, Valvaxis. You came to deliver a message to this Jade serpent, right? Well, I guess it's time you met her.
Have fun!
So that's
I
Yulon.
apologize for the deception, but it was necessary. In thousands of years, we have never seen one of your kind. It was imperative that I first measure the bearing of your heart. Come ride with me, little one. There is something I wish you to see.
So as I mentioned, this is a Loa, one of the so-called wild gods. The Loa of either cloud serpents or wisdom, depending on how you define it. She is pretty strong, but not super strong.
The temple priests are too frightened to face the truth. I grow old, little one. My time on this world is nearly done. Do you see the great statue in the distance? The builders have toiled for many years, and it is nearly complete. A little more jade, the jade you helped to acquire, and it will be finished. With my last breath, I will transfer my life essence into the statue, and a new guardian will be born. Do not be saddened. The cycle is clear. It neither begins nor ends with me. Someday, you may also be called upon to defend all that is dear to you. When that day comes, seek all the light and wonder of this world and fight. We live together or we die together. All of Pandaria is connected. I grow weary. I must rest now. Goodbye, little one. I will see you soon enough.
Yeah, she is gargantuan. I'm not sure if... I have the camera way zoomed out, so I'm not sure if you really understand how huge the Jade Serpent is. Yulon.
Welcome, wanderer.
Did you deliver your message?
Live for your dreams.
Oh, before I forget, I have something I was asked to deliver to you. A letter from one of your companions, I assume. I was made to understand that your presence was urgently required, so I took the liberty of arranging your passage. Speak to Jinsa Eros Eye, just south of here when you're ready. Yeah, I'll just go straight there, thanks. Yeah, I know, right, Netherzim? She is about the size of that. So the letter says, and I quote,
"Enough frolicking around, Valvoxus. Have you forgotten our directive? Final preparations must be made for our offensive, and I need you here. Put an end to whatever distractions you're engaged in, and return to Gruken Hill at once."
By the way, if your alliance, all those quests we just did, exactly the same, no variants. But when the message comes in, it's from Taylor, not Nazgrim, and you go to the Jinyu instead. Hey, it's a rare. Hi, rare. I'm not gonna get the rares on this character. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Nazgrim, but God, he's such an idiot.
For the Horde.
Thromka, Velvoxus. I hope you were able to gather useful information on your journey through the forest. Our preparations are almost complete, but your help is needed.
Our orders stand, no matter the cost.
Training these savages has been quite a task, Velvoxus. Finding ways to motivate them was easy enough. The problem is keeping them motivated, and focused, and awake. Now that you're back, you can help me in getting less disciplined hosen moving, if you catch my drift. I'll leave the method up to you.
Come what may, we fight on.
The time for war is at hand, Valvoxus. We've been training these natives non-stop since you left, and I believe they're as good as they're going to get. See for yourself. Check in with the others and return with your findings.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you.
Hello, 486. Yes, Necro. Sorry, I didn't actually respond to the earlier comment. So, it's not like she's dying in the strictest sense of the word.
Hey, how you doing?
It's more like her body is dying, and she will move on into the next body. If that makes any sense. It is something that's hinted at, but never stated outright, that Yu'lon is one of the only Loa that goes through that cycle, and it has something to do with her own nature as wisdom, as the spirit of wisdom. Something about her being reborn in each generation to have a new perspective on the new generation, kind of a thing. I don't know if that's 100% true, it's just hinted at a few tiny little times here and there. By the way, in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm literally splashing water on sleeping peons. I mean hosen, in order to wake them up. It's fish water, too. So, if you've ever smelled what it smells like to have a bunch of fish in a barrel, just kind of laying there, and the runoff liquid that's left over, that's what I'm splashing on these hosen. Just so you can picture the scent. 486, you can dance wherever you want to. Hey, it's a Jinyu captive. Lucky for you, I'm in this cage. He also says something about our new allies will lead us to kill you. But obviously he's not telling it to me because he hates me. Yeah, it's pretty gross and horrible what we're doing here. But, you know, for the Horde. For the Horde. For the Horde. For the Horde. Fish water. It's okay. I mean, technically the Alliance have some fish water things going on too. It's just, you know, theirs is just the actual fish people in the water as opposed to... Not on stream, no, Mafia. I don't even remember where that is exactly. I'd have to look up chords or something.
We few out here against the odds.
So, where is it? Here it is. Rivet Clutch Pops report. Straight to the point and surprisingly optimistic. Shokia's report. Shokia's language, particularly when describing the hosen, leaves little to be desired.
Delicious.
Shademaster Kieran's report. Everything appears to be in order. The request to strap poison bombs to the hosen does strike you as odd. Sure. Because they have to defeat the Alliance, 46. Duh. Where's Rico? Oh, he's way over here. Rico's still one of my favorite characters from this bunch.
Rico feel happy that Wicked is here. That was good talk. Rico feel better now.
Nazrim gonna be real happy with Rico. Here, report is done. Rico's report. While the report lacks any words you're able to make out, while the report lacks any words, you are able to make out a drawing of several slickies. You'll just have to fill in the gaps. This is... what is it? Hang on. ADI bags. Addy bags. And I highly recommend it. It's an awesome item.
Keep your eyes peeled for the Alliance.
Are the hosen ready to deploy? I'll be surprised if we can keep these creatures focused enough to employ any tactics at all. They'd better not get in my way when blades begin to fly.
Come what may, we fight on.
How is our combat training progress coming along? Well, at least they're confident. That might count for something.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you.
Oh, hey, it's Lorerun Cho. What's going on?
Pandaria welcomes you.
These hosen are behaving in most unnaturally. Marching in formation? Armor? This troubles me. We must discuss it at another time. However, I have come to ask for your assistance. The ancient fresco where we last spoke is nearly unveiled. I am certain it holds ancient wisdom, knowledge the Emperor wanted us to remember. My meditations alone may not be enough to discern its meaning. Please, take this heirloom to the shrine of my ancestors. I shall require their assistance.
Every good story needs a hero.
This is Mishi, by the way. Cho's personal cloud serpent. So, as an aside, in case you're wondering, he says the same basic thing to the Alliance. He's very disturbed by the Jinyu walking in armor and armament and being prepped for war. And then he says, but we'll talk about that later, I need you to go help me. So, same basic setup there. I cannot wait for the acclimation patch. Not only are they adding the transmog system and the new mechanic stuff and the demon hunters and all that, one of the things they're doing in Legion is they're adding the they're increasing the render radius of the game. So instead of having this fog right here, I'll be able to see much farther. And there are several places I just cannot wait to go to and actually see at full distance, you know. Here we are. All right. Pride, darker. Same cutscene for both sides, by the way.
A message must lie within. What fate did the Emperor foresee? That is a Prime Shah. That is a Prime Shah. We'll talk about the Shah a little bit in more detail shortly. All you need to know right now is that there are 7 Prime Shahs. And uncounted Lesser Shah. The larger they are, the stronger they are. This is the Shah, if I am not mistaken, of Doubt. It's Doubt or just... No, Despair is in Krasserang, so I'm pretty sure this is Doubt. I know it's not Fear, Anger, Hatred, Fear, Hatred, Anger, Violence... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Doubt. Yeah. Now, the good news is we do have something we can do to make this thing weaker. Something we have to do to make this thing weaker. See, Shah... Yes, and the Shah of Happiness. Hang on, where's my Shah of Happiness? But hang on. Gotta resummon it. There we go. And the Shah of Happiness. Behold. It's very tiny. Yeah, so Yashara... So, okay. Yeah, I figured it was Doubt. Yes, Pride is the strongest of the Shah. Big shock, right?
Doubt is arguably the weakest. We basically follow the order of strength of the Shah. It goes doubt, despair, doubt, despair, hatred, violence, anger, fear, pride. Basically in that order. There's some debate about where anger sits on that list, because anger is a little different. But, yeah. So, let's go ahead and talk about the Shah a little bit here while we're staring at doubt. I usually refer to these as their specific names. So from now on, I'm not going to call this the Prime Shah of Doubt. This is simply going to be doubt. Doubt, anger, fear, etc., right? I only refer to the primes as that. Here's the distinction. Only the primes are sentient sapient beings, okay? That is actually an individual sentient creature over there, doubt. All of the little lesser Shahs are not. They are... I'm trying to think of a good parallel, but I'm not coming up with a good one. Think of, to use a Zerg parallel, think of the primes as cerebrates, and all the other little Shahs as the Zerg swarm of that particular brood. There are lots of different types of Shah, the little Shahs. There's the little goopy Shahs, and then there's the ones that are like this, and then there's the ones that are taller and stronger. There's the weird... There's like 4 or 5 different types of lesser Shah. You've actually seen a couple of them, because we saw both the Alliance Captain and the Horde Warlock become consumed with a Shah. In fact, the Shah they were consumed with was a Shah of Doubt. But only the Shah of Doubt, only the Prime, right there, Doubt, is actually an individual entity. Now, each of these primes is one aspect of Y'Shaarj. It's not actually floating, it's squatting. You can see its legs right there, see? Those are its legs. Technically, in lore, it doesn't sit there for very long. There's no pause here. Immediately after it's summoned, we go to reduce its power. I've just paused here in order to talk about the Shah. The Shah's greatest strength is also their greatest weakness in general. If you can master your emotions to reduce the amount of doubt, fear, anger, pride, etc. within you, then their power over you basically goes away. And you can actually reduce their power in general by reducing that amount of emotion within you. The catch is they can do the exact same thing in the opposite direction. Hi, Grunge, by the way. They can do the exact same thing in the opposite direction. They can infuse doubt, fear, anger, fear, hatred, etc., into other people around them, and the more of that they infuse into others around them, the stronger they get. So it's kind of a emotional battle, metaphysical battle between how much emotional discipline you have. These Shah have been here basically forever. And when I say that, I mean it goes all the way back to when the old gods were still an active force on the planet. One of the Titans decided to directly intervene with in the fight between the Keepers and the forces of the old gods. Sorry, Grunge. I forget which one it is, but one of the Titans literally reached down, remember, planet-sized creatures, grabbed Y'Shaarj and ripped him out of the world. They didn't realize how much of a wound that would leave in the planet. That's what created the Well of Eternity. And they didn't realize the negative effects killing that thing would have on the world as a whole. Y'Shaarj, when he died in this, his corpse was left buried in Pandaria. In fact, it's actually right about here is where Y'Shaarj's corpse is remaining. At this point, it's just his heart that's left over. I think you're right, Narlix, but I can't remember his name either. And his energy and power, the 7 essences of Y'Shaarj, infused into this entire land, and when Pandaria was separated from the rest of the world during the War of the Ancient, the Shah were remained here just within Pandaria. My map is bleeding. Oh, so it is. Didn't even see that. these Shah continued to... Why does nobody else tell me this stuff? These Shah continued to be a part of this land for forever. So if you've ever wondered why it is the Pandaren have this sort of zen, balanced, control over your emotions, peaceful way of life, it's because they literally have to. It's because they have to. Otherwise, these things will erupt and control them. Remember, the Primes have been here for the last 10 millennia. They have been an everyday aspect of life on these people. And so the Pandaren society had to learn this sort of emotional self-control and this sort of peaceful outlook on life, this sort of balanced outlook on life. Otherwise, that would happen. Right there. If this hadn't happened, if our conflict hadn't happened, if the Pandarans hadn't kept themselves under control, we would see this all over the continent. Just to give you an idea, doubt is here. Despair is down here. Anger, violence, and hatred are all up here, and some of that stretches over here as well. Fear is over here. Pride is over here. So, literally, everywhere except for the Valley of Four Winds has one of the primes in them, right? Actually, I was going to save that for just a little bit longer, Darker, but I do plan to show off the Trials of Xiaohao, absolutely. It's a great thing. The prime, like I said, the biggest thing to keep in mind, I'll talk more about the Shah when we show off the Trials of Xiaohao, and we talk a little bit more about Yasharaj. Right now, the main thing you need to know is that that is a prime, and a prime is as strong as it can be, as a Shah can be, and they are a very, very serious threat. You also need to keep... we're not going to see it just yet. You'll see it in just a moment.
Hello.
So, Lorewalker Cho shudders in spite of himself. The legends, they're true. I thought Shah of this immensity were a myth. We all did. A story to keep our children from fighting. No time to talk now. Those fissures, they're feeding it. It grows stronger by the moment. I must research the scrolls from my family archives. You, take this. You must find a way to contain this horror that's been unleashed.
Eyes open. Always be learning.
I'm pretty sure the Keepers have kept Yogg relatively self-contained. So what we're doing here is quite literally trying to seal these fissures in reality with the biggest thing that is the contrast to doubt, confidence. Naturally, it is the player character that does this. I mean, really, let's think about this for a moment. To my knowledge, Mishi is no particularly different than any other given Cloud Serpent. We're the ones sealing this. And doing so will cause this to happen. Doubt decides to fade away and go someplace else. Don't worry, we'll be seeing him soon. So that's what I wanted to show off earlier. You see that lovely sight? Pax has an interesting theory about that. We'll talk about that in just a moment.
Greetings.
I have much research to do in very little time. The Emperor's message only warned of the unique threat that war would bring to the land, this Shah. Sadly, the time to heed his message has passed. As for how to bring an end to the crisis, the Emperor's omen is silent. Pandaria is a mystical land, traveler. It bears repeating that some of its secrets remain hidden, even to lorewalkers. Sealing those fissures did not mend what has been broken. If the legends are true, it will take much more to release this land from the grasp of the Shah. The aggression of the battle awakened a host of living negative emotions. What you see here are likely the first of many such manifestations. For now, we can only try to diminish their presence.
Jade serpent guide you.
The more powerful remnants of that horrible manifestation may be too much for you to handle on your own. I fear I'd be of little help in terms of actual combat, but I can suggest a solution. The Jade serpent, the great Jade statue, was soon to become a living serpent, one of our revered celestials. Its construction imbued it with special powers that may sufficiently weaken these adversaries.
Eyes open. Always be learning.
Your companions have made themselves at home in our land, and brought with them a dangerous conflict. The extent of their destruction here we cannot yet know. Already it is unspeakable. Nevertheless, to forsake your friends out of spite would be against our way. Any that yet live are doubtlessly wounded and in desperate need of care. These fireworks were used to celebrate the statue's completion. Please use them near your companions to signal Mishi, and she will bear them to safety.
Tread lightly.
So, this is what Shah-poisoned land looks like. You see this? First of all, I'd just like to say this looks awesome. It is incredible, the design that went into this. I also love the sheer contrast that they did to it. For example, if you look, the grass, inches from the Shah infestation is completely normal. As if the Shah infestation isn't even there. And then we have this. Pax has a theory about this. There are several quests in this game, especially in the Valley of the Four Winds, where it is implied, but not stated outright, that the other Pandaren cannot see this. That they literally can't see the Shah-infused land. Similarly, there's a similar comment about the sky, and how some people simply cannot see the Shah-infused sky. Pax has a theory about this. Pax thinks that we, the player characters, can see the true nature of this, and that to everyone else, this looks normal. Like, they literally cannot see the Shah ground and the Shah sky. They can see the creatures, but they can't see this. To them, it looks normal. I like that theory a lot. Exactly, Nethrazim. We, the player characters, have been touched by the old gods twice, in two major ways, not counting the stuff in Cataclysm, which arguably would make it 3 times, prior to Pandaria, prior to interacting with this. So we see it's kind of like that old movie whose name I can't remember, where you put on the glasses and you see what reality actually looks like. In other words, the idea here being that we are seeing what this actually looks like, but to everyone else they're not in tune enough with either the void or the old gods or whatever in order to actually perceive what is really happening here. I don't know if that's true or not. I just really like that idea. They Live, that's the one. Good movie. So yes, that's what I'm referring to. They Live. So yes, that's where the bubblegum quote comes from, not Duke Nukem. So yes, Zawan points out, for those of you not aware, this is basically an old god's corpse that did this. In case you're missing the significance of that, this is not an active old god that accomplished all this. This is an old god's corpse that did all of this. I really hope that... I mean, we know that Cthulhu's corpse has kind of been nerfed because Cho'Gall sort of took most of its essence prior to Cataclysm. But I really hope the Keepers are doing a really good job of keeping Yogg-Saron's corpse contained. Because we know that the Keepers are not exactly that great at that job, given past examples. I have not heard that theory, Chef Laurent, no. I'm not sure what I think of that theory. The other thing I wanted to talk about... Well, I guess that's debatable, Darker. We're getting into... excuse me. Essence. We're getting kind of into a metaphysical realm in general here. So I guess it's debatable. But the point, the significant point to be made is that Y'Shaarj is dead. He is not active, he is not alive, he is not sentient, he is not sapient, he is not intelligently directing any of the things that happen in Pandaria or with regards to the Shah, most especially with regards to the Primes. This is simply a byproduct of the fact that an old god was killed here, and his essence happened to be infused into the very... Excuse me, his essence happened to be infused into the very nature of the land. Yeah, it's also worth noting that his heart, which is the last functional piece of him, is sealed within a Titan vault. That is not currently open, I feel like pointing out. It will be open during the course of Pandaria's storyline, but as of this exact moment in time, it's still sealed. Yes, it is mentioned several times, especially in the Chronicles book, that Y'Shaarj was by a wide margin the strongest of the 4 old gods that was here on Azeroth. He was the biggest, he was the strongest. It's part of why Aman'Thul decided to go ahead and take care of him personally. And just to further emphasize this, what we are fighting here is basically 1/7 of Y'Shaarj. Now, obviously, let's make this clear. We are basically directly responsible for this catastrophe. For this happening. For this nightmare and this destruction and that. However, it is worth noting that as a result of our actions, we will be excising the... lots of knives. We will be excising the Shah. We will be removing the Shah from the world and permanently removing Y'Shaarj. So again, even though we're causing a lot of devastation to Pandaria by our existence, we do clean up after ourselves and make it better after our passing. Because by the end of Pandaria, all 7 prime Shah are gone, defeated and destroyed. And Y'Shaarj's own heart is also completely dead. And therefore, Y'Shaarj and all the Shah are completely gone after the end of Pandaria. I think we will, Necro. They just won't. They probably won't be on Azeroth. They'll be somewhere else. And I think that would be cool. Yes.
Pandaria welcomes you.
This is terrible. We must find a way to undo what has been done here.
Farewell.
This jade was meant to be used for so much more.
Every good story needs a hero.
My thoughts will be with your fallen companions, traveler. May their wounds mend well.
Tread lightly.
Someday I'm going to be a hero like you.
I don't know, I like the out-of-character perspective personally, Zoan. Because then we could say with absolute certainty that it is the truth of what actually happened, as opposed to the possibilities of interpretation or misinterpretation.
Your journey in this land has already proven most eventful, and mine, it appears, is destined to continue for a time. A chain of events began when your people arrived here, and while some of those happenings are traumatic to behold, I feel there must be a larger purpose behind your presence. For now it is wisest that you leave this place and explore Pandaria's other regions. Speak to me when you are ready to leave.
Go smash some bad guys.
So this is the point that's going to be made several times in Pandaria. Xiao Hao will make the same point. The idea here is that Pandaria was a broken land. Respond to what, Darker? Oh, do I think he could have regenerated? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the old gods' nature to know how much they can survive their own deaths. I mean, we know for a fact the old gods can have an influence after their deaths. Cthulhu and Y'Shaarj both did that. But I don't know if they could ever come back and once again return to active function. So I have no idea. We're gonna do something else really quick before we go do that. So, the Shah. It depends on if the Zerg could be made into undead preacher. That's really the determinant there. We're gonna go ahead and just get my strongest character here. Damn it, I had a train of thought and I was trying to complete it. We're talking about Y'Shaarj, talking about the Shah. Right, Pandaria was broken. Okay, so there's like a real life parallel to this, and they actually say this in the game more than once. Basically, the idea was, even though they have, I've already seen it, Grunge, but thank you. Even though they've already, even though Pandaria managed to make something of the hell they lived on, and they did. Let's give full credit where credit is due. The Pandarians managed to turn what is effectively a broken, rotted, void-infused land. Yeah, by the way, you probably now know what that all means down there. they managed to take this terrible, degenerate land and actually turn it into this peaceful, beatific paradise. Again, because the Shah... Oh, I agree, Preacher. Because the Shah, as I mentioned, their greatest strength is their greatest weakness. So the Pandarans used self-control and discipline and harmony and peace and sought those virtues in every aspect of their day-to-day life, and that reduced the Shah's power, but it also prevented the Pandarans from ever moving on from that point, and it ensured that this land would remain wounded, that it would still have this festering rot in it, because they couldn't get rid of it. So yes, the Prime Shah can be destroyed, and will be destroyed over the course of the Pandaran storyline. It takes significant force to kill a Prime Shah, as you might imagine, but we do manage it several times. 3 of the Primes are raid bosses, and all of the... and then... Hang on. 3 of them are raid bosses, 2 of them are group overworld quest bosses, and the other 2... I think 1, 2... Yeah, 2 are dungeon bosses, dungeon end bosses, one of which you're about to see. The Shah of Harmony, yes! No, no, there's no Prime called Optimus. The Prime we were about to fight is called Doubt. We are literally going to go and do that real quick before we finish up the Jade Forest. For obvious reasons. Yeah, so I will show off Xiao Hao's thing in a bit. It's an awesome sequence. But the reality was that Xiao Hao himself learned harmony, but his people hadn't, and he didn't have enough time to give them so that they could learn harmony. So the only actual way in order to salvage his people and save his land was to completely cut off Pandaria, the continent, from the rest of the world, and seal it behind the mists, and hope and pray for the best that his people would learn harmony. And yes, Xiao Hao did make a mistake, but yeah. So one of the things, there was tiny hints in the lore about there being a 7th Shah before we actually learned there was a 7th Shah. They mentioned how Yasharaj was the beast with 7 heads, and there was the number 7 appeared in several old god texts and whatnot throughout the course of the lore. So there was a lot of theory that there would be a 7th Shah, and it makes sense with the 7th Pride thing.
The waters whisper to me, enemies approach.
But we didn't actually find out about Pride until fairly far into Pandaria's patch history. Yes, Zawan, that is correct. So, remember this wonderful, peaceful, watery place I showed off earlier? If you stand in the water now... Well, hang on, I'm not actually doing it. You would actually be damaged just for being in the water. And the previous water speaker has been so infused with doubt that, well, he's our enemy now. Remember, so this, I bring this up because you remember how we just went through here? And the whole thing we were dealing with was small problems, right? Little problems. There's bookworms. We have, you know, this person was trying to get his staff back from some mischievous little water sprites. This is what happens when real problems come into Pandaran society. They have no idea how to deal with this. We have to come in and try and help them because we are experienced at dealing with real problems, with larger problems.
You dare to disturb these waters? You will drown. Spring to life!
You notice all the black, oily, just muck in the water now? That is all direct Shah energy. And notice that now there's actually... I shudder to think of what it would be like
wash over you.
to be a water elemental. You remember how we talked about how horrible it would be to have the poison corruption as a water elemental? Now imagine if that poison is a metaphysical poison. Literally Shah energy infused into your watery essence. I can't even begin to imagine what that would be like.
Rise!
Exactly. Yasharaj was incredibly toxic. And hey, it's worked for us so far, Jacoida. Hey, Cloudy.
Living water. Bring them death.
There's an achievement for never touching the water in this one. It's actually one of the easier achievements to get. It only sucks if you're a melee. Yeah, Neptulon would never stand for this.
Behold the power of torrential waters. Do not run. Come in. The waters fine. Let death wash. The darkness clears. I peer into these waters, and my reflection is empty.
Yes, I will, Zoan.
Claim me.
Poor guy. I don't wish to spoil, but let's just say that that's not the last person we're going to mercy kill from being insalvably corrupted by Shaw energy. Mako? Or Mako, or whatever, from FF7? I could see that, Dakota. So this is fun. What's happening here?
You there, in the rafters! My sacred library has become possessed by the Shah!
Why would I need loot? This is the talking fish.
See how they pour from every letter of these sacred scrolls, corrupting them, defiling them.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep going with Mako. If you'll notice, each one of these parallels to an existing story that you can actually read throughout the course of this, and I believe these all parallel to existing stories from real life, too. You know, the Crybaby Hosen, the Golden Beetle, the Nodding Tiger. Basically,
I beseech you, kind strangers, cleanse this place of their foul presence. Lay our stories to rest.
Basically what's happening...
You must destroy the source of the corruption. Quickly, before our cherished history is erased forever.
Yes, I do, Taito. Basically what's happening here is the Shah are physically manifesting stories. Actually, I've been saying Mako since FF7 was out, okay, so I kind of predate BioWare on that one. And you can kind of see the different little stories being manifested here because of the Shah. This isn't quite as metaphysical as it looks, though.
Oh my! If I am not mistaken, it appears that the tale of Zhao Sunseeker has come to life before us. According to the legend, long ago there were 5 suns that burned brightly in the sky. When the winds blew, their intense heat caused great wildfires. Crops wilted, villages burned, and families wandered endlessly to seek refuge from the flames.
I can allow this no longer!
What I mean...
Fires! They are burning the library! Please, heroes, purge this evil before the temple crumbles to ash!
This one's a lot funner than the other one, I agree. The other one's kind of
blistering
aggravating.
heat must have dulled my senses! Mirages! All of you!
Zhao has become corrupted too? Please, fight him with dignity.
If I must.
Zhao was a true champion of our people. How sad it is to see his story tainted by the Shah. I am relieved to see justice served to his memory. You have my thanks, heroes. You have given peace to this sacred temple. Now, off with you. I require meditation before I begin the restoration ritual.
So, what was actually happening here think that was Domino. Well, I think what was actually happening here is the Shah were effectively reading the stories and rewriting them, and as they rewrote them, they would manifest them physically into using their own Shah forms. Hence, rewriting the cultural history of the people. Knowing how important that is to the Pandarans, it is obvious why Doubt would be so interested in doing that. Hey, Summer Haze. Glad you're liking them. What I'm about to do is something that only a few tanks could do at the launch of Pandaria, and was suicidal to do under the wrong circumstances. I'm referring to heroic mode, of course.
Your forces are weak.
You probably don't remember her. I didn't really show her off when we were here last time, but she's the chief monk in charge of taking care of this area. She is the high priestess of Yulan, the Jade Serpent.
The heart of the great serpent will not fall into your... Jade Serpent! Grant me strength!
She has some fun attacks.
The cycle must continue. The Jade Serpent must be reborn! Be free of doubt, priestess.
The haze has been lifted from my eyes. Forgive me for doubting you.
Heroic mode obviously ups the difficulty in terms of stats, raw stats, but it also adds new mechanics. Basically, this is a level 85-ish dungeon. Heroic mode would be a max level dungeon for the time, which would be level 90. And again, adds lots of new mechanics, and in some cases, new bosses. So that is Doubt. Now I'm going to curb stomp Doubt, so I'm going to kind of hang out a bit to show him off a little bit. This is one of the primes.
Die or surrender. You cannot defeat me.
The really insidious thing about the Shah in general, most especially the primes, is there are very, very, very few beings that are not susceptible to being completely corrupted by them.
See how effortlessly you become unraveled.
Yeah, he's a good voice actor, too. I like all their voice actors. Fear was a good one, too, in my opinion. Very appropriate.
You'll all die screaming.
Yes, I did, Centaurbi, and I'm actually pretty looking forward to it. I'm hopeful to get a group together that's capable of doing that stuff. Alright, let's go finish him off.
You cannot escape me. I am in every breath.
So Doubt is gone. We have defeated Doubt. Sturgis. But, one of the really horrible things is... I don't know how to explain this properly. You know how some things in life require absolute balance? And if everything is absolutely balanced, then it works out. But if anything goes wrong, the whole thing crumbles and it's hard to rebuild. Kind of like a House of Cards situation. That's how the Pandaran self-control is. The moment that one of the primes really starts to work into any of the Pandarans, the moment they actually are able to unleash their full strength onto the Pandarans, they absolutely overwhelm them. The Pandarans' self-control is so tenuous that the moment it slips at all, they get completely corrupted. In fact, off the top of my head, I think there's only one Pandaran, who actually goes through being infused with a Shah and survives it. All of the others die when they are infused with or corrupted by the Shah. It's pretty horrible.
I'm not afraid of
So,
you.
having defeated doubt,
Have fun!
We meet again, stranger from beyond the mists. This battle has extracted a heavy toll. My own rebirth will have to wait for several years. Learn from this, stranger.
yeah, Taranzu is a bit of a beast. He's the one exception I just mentioned.
I do not know why the mists have opened, but I know that it is for a reason. It is clear that you are not here to bring your war to these lands. There is a darkness hidden here in Pandaria. This you have seen for yourself. But I am certain that the mists parted for a reason. You are that reason. Find your purpose here. You can learn a great deal about this land from the Valley of the Four Winds. There is another visitor from beyond the mists here. Chen Stormstout he is called. He is Pandaren, but from a different homeland. Walk this land with Chen at your side. Make friends among the people here. You will find answers in time.
Be wise, traveler. Prove to these inhabitants there is more to your people than war and destruction. So we're actually going to cut this off for the day. Like I said, I told you this is going to be a bit of a half day. Next we have a zone that, well, it's not my favorite zone in this. It's the zone I would want to live in, because this place is freaking awesome. I love the Valley of the Four Winds, and I cannot wait to show it off to you guys. So that will be, I guess, tomorrow afternoon's thing. Tomorrow we're not starting...
No wonder it took you so long then. You can't explore anything sitting on your butt.
We will not be starting immediately tomorrow morning. I will actually be busy tomorrow morning. Yeah, I hope to see you tomorrow afternoon-ish. And have a good one, guys.